absolutely ripping people new ones, I got a beef with that. I got a real beef with it. Science Bob.
Well, so do I. So we're singing the same tune because I just don't believe individual people should be shown disrespect because of the things that they've had happen to them in their life. I mean, come on. These are human beings. They have lives. They have families. They want to get on. They want to live in peace. And so the least we could do is treat them with respect and, give them a little hug. I mean, come on.
But it also goes to show how this opinion or how this field is all about opinion and not fact. So you have the people out there who claim that every experiencer is a liar. Well, just because you haven't had an experience doesn't mean people are lying. And it goes in the cryptid community, it goes in the paranormal community. Nicole, I know you want to speak up here.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live here on the United Public Radio Network 105.3 from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored tonight and every night by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee. So thank you, Folgers. Just would not be the same without you. Also, truly honored for Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, for our intro and our outro. He is an award-winning composer of Halloween horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found anywhere that good music can be found. You'll notice tonight, no Bubbles, She is down for the count, bad flu, COVID, something, unfortunately. So if she's up for it, she will be in chat. So let's send her some good vibes, well wishes, and lots of love and hugs. It's not the same without her either. Anyway, what's new on the front? Well, you've noticed that I personally have been posting a lot today on a new venture that I am involved in, and got Bubbles on board too, and she's stoked. Probably be more stoked if she was feeling better. But we are basically on a new venture with Team Templar North America, and I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention because it's a really exciting venture for us. I know, there's been a lot going on behind the scenes, probably for the last 8 to 10 months. And I was asked to fully come on board, and I agreed, she agreed, and here we are. It's really going to be exciting. It's going to get away from a lot of the mainstream studies that have been done. And if you're asking what it's about, essentially, it is a site on the Mohican Reservation in Wisconsin, and it is proving so far to be history changing. This isn't about, because a lot of people have been asking me, and I don't want any of my Indigenous friends to feel like this is something that is where the Native American people were suppressed. It is nothing like that. This is a show of union. This is a site history of two people from two different walks of life, two groups of people from different walks of life coming together on one piece of property, in one area. It's fantastic. And working with colleagues who you've all seen on the show. Wayne Murphy has been on the show before to talk about the Wisconsin site, as has Sean Williamson, as has Hamilton White. There's a lot of really great things happening with really amazing people, and so much more that I wish, it's a show in itself. And the guys will be coming on to join us, in the future as more information becomes available. And once we know what we can actually talk about, there's a lot of people wanting to come to the site. It's just not available for people to see. This is going to be an archaeological site. It needs to be studied. And then at some point, perhaps the elders will decide to open it up to people. But until then, I'm sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm sort of the one in charge of the whole media aspect of everything. And here I am on media, and I'm just making an announcement that was asked of me. So it's a really exciting venture. Those who know me know that if I do attach my name to something, there's something really amazing to it. And I think it's really going to be an important history changing event. So join the pages, guys. It's going to be so much fun. You're going to have so many great people coming on board. But now back to the present. Tonight, we do welcome back a really amazing guy. He's one of, he's just become such a good friend, and just, an amazing guest to have on. I know he's somebody I hold near and dear. And Dolly, thank you for being in chat. Hold you near and dear. Hold you all near and dear. So I've got Wayne and Tamara and Dolly. Everybody's just chiming in. I love it. Thank you, Tamara, for joining. I really appreciate that. So tonight he's going to be discussing his new book, which you guys have been seeing me post this up. This is Symmetry, and it is a true story, a true ET adventure. And it is Dolly's story. Dolly has also been on the show to talk about this, and she's under the weather tonight too. So she's going to be in chat. So I'm going to be posting up her comments and such as we go along. So if you guys have questions for her, please put it in there. Hey, Wayne Murphy. I love it. Thanks from the Mohican Nation. Mwah. Near and dear also. So this is really going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great show. You can find us on all the usual spots. YouTube would be UFO, Gods, and Extraterrestrials. Yes, I do have the Outer Realm, Michelle Droshi at the Outer Realm YouTube, which is more of an archive site. But yeah, if you dig having everything in one spot, go, subscribe, give it a little like. UFO Paranormal, on YouTube. We have News on the Flip Side, Facebook, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, United Public Radio Network, Facebook, Outer Realm, of course, Canada's Most Haunted, of course, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover. So you see, there is a lot of different places that you can find us. So I am just going to fire this off to Preston, and done. There we go. So going to be a lot of fun. Preston is one of these people who is not all gloom and doom and scary. Here, Dolly, this one's for you. Sending poor Dolly to get some prayers over there. Get better. And here we'll get this. Thank you for the Mohican Nation. Mwah. Again, love it. And Dolly is here in chat. Thank you. Here's some lovin's for Bubbles as well. But again, Preston is one of these researchers who writes a lot of books that's really fantastic stories. There's so much stigma attached to extraterrestrial contact that can be pretty frightening. And I won't say that there aren't some that are, but I think a lot of times it's more on our part because we're sort of like on edge and we go in there guns a-blazing. Let me tell you what, they're going to defend themselves. Hey, Zach Man, got ripping up the carpet. Oh, that sounds fun. We've had our share of doing that over here. And here we go. Preston, how are you?
I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Just getting through some of the comments. TTNA stands with the Native people. Thank you. We'll bring amazing information to light. 3 team members have Native American blood. Yeah, they do. Thank you. All right. Now we can get down to business. Sorry, it's another venture. So how are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah.
How are you?
Well, they're crazy times, so I think we're all a little bit frazzled, but yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely been some times, that's for sure. That could be a whole other show on the times. But you've been a busy guy, I understand, since the release of this guy, which I've been like flashing off for the last few weeks. Oh, this is coming. Yes, it is. So
yes, a long time coming. I worked on this one for longer than most.
Wow. Really? So do you want to talk to us about the journey on this book? Dolly's in chat, by the way. So as she has comments or you guys can communicate, I'll put her comments up, and anybody has questions for her, we'll put them up. There we go. And I had a heart for Preston. There we are. A big welcome from Wayne. There we go. So, like I hold you and Dolly, like I said, very near and dear. I've been waiting for this also. I've been very fortunate to get teeny little snippets here and there. That's a bonus of being friends, people. Okay. It's not like favoritism or anything, but, but I know that this was, a work in motion. It took a lot of time. What brought you to write this book?
I blame the ETs. They actually set it up. Not kidding. For real. Yeah, as Dolly says, we met in 2016.
Yes.
And she had been searching for someone to tell her story.
Yes.
It's a fully conscious contactee. Not like most people I've interviewed who, have some amnesia, missing time, a lot of fear surrounding the subject.
Right.
Dolly rarely has missing time. I should say has happened, but pretty much since age 14, she's been fully conscious in her encounters. She's now in her mid-60s. Hope you don't mind I said that, Dolly.
It's okay. She's far away. You're safe for now.
But so she's lived a whole lifetime with this, keeping it secret, and which has been very, very difficult. And that's true for a lot of contactees. They don't tell people.
She doesn't mind. Okay.
So
yes,
she wanted to come forward for a number of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One was that she knows she's not the only one out there who's having these experiences, and by that I mean fully conscious, being taken on board regularly, being taught by the ETs, living among them, going to other planets, the full-on contact. more extensive than anyone I've ever interviewed, really, or read about.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was one reason. She knows she's not alone. She kind of wants to flush some of these guys out.
Right.
Another was the information she has learned is pretty amazing and crucial, I think, to a lot of people. The ETs have a message that they want to impart, and she wants to get that out. She also, she's not a reader of UFO books by any means.
Right.
She's been purposefully kept away from this subject, not only by herself, but by the ETs to a certain extent as well. They're like, no, don't read that book. You don't need to. You're living this.
No.
But you can't help but be exposed to this subject in today's day and age.
Yeah.
Today's day and age.
Yes.
And she started to see how badly misrepresented UFO contact is in the media.
I agree. I do agree.
Yeah.
You actually are the one who brought that to light for myself. I mean, for the most part, like, my experiences weren't bad. I realized for me it was my mindset, but because of what you see in media and so on. And then when we had you on the first time, you have all these really nice, enlightening stories. I'm like, wait a minute. Really? This is a thing? And you've been on a few times, and all the stories you talk about, for the most part, are really enlightening. So I do agree with you that media is a culprit in giving out bad information, and for whatever reason,
They are. They absolutely are. And, I bought into it myself. When I got involved in this field, I was not happy.
Yeah.
I thought, well, people are being kidnapped. It's against their will. These ETs have no feelings. They're experimenting on people. People have PTSD, nightmares.
Yeah.
Their health is suffering mentally, physically. I'm like, what is going on here? This is not good.
No.
And
but does it happen? Or is it just like on occasion? Or is it like looking at a scale?
Well, I really had to start taking a deeper look at things.
Right.
And asking people, why is this so bad for you? What happened? What is so terrible? And they're like, well, I was physically examined. I'm like, okay.
Right.
That can be scary. I understand.
Yes.
And, I didn't feel like I asked for this. A lot of people do suffer nightmares and trauma from this, PTSD, for real. Insomnia. Right. They can't sleep without, some lights on or white noise. Right. They have to have double locks on their doors. So
right. That's
there's
true.
a lot of fear. Yeah. I'm not going to walk back the fear. It's real.
Yeah.
But when I ask people what actually happened to you, they describe, being physically examined. I'm like, okay, did they hurt you? Well, no. That some dude experienced some pain.
I cried, baby.
Yeah.
Wow.
And definitely trauma. But I started to, right off the bat, I started getting healing cases.
Right.
I thought, wow, that's kind of interesting. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Is it just me? And of course it wasn't. Bud Hopkins had him. I actually cornered him because he never wrote about it.
Right.
I asked him face to face, do you get healing cases? He's like, oh yeah, all the time. So does David Jacobs, who doesn't like the ETs, but has a bunch of healing cases.
Wow.
John Mack, Barbara Lamb, they all do.
Do they write about them, or are you literally the only one who's decided to come forward and be the odd man out, making ET the good guy?
Well, I was the first to put together a book on it, but certainly not the first to notice these cases.
Right.
Because, like I said, all major researchers have them. It's just fear sells, and the media doesn't really want a friendly ET story.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and I started looking at, okay, what else happened to you? And people describe, well, the ETs talked to me. I'm like, okay, what did they say? Because often it's just, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Have no fear. Why are you screaming?
Right. I don't know. Maybe it's that big. Okay, just might hurt for a little bit. We'll leave that there.
Well, people have said, you're hurting me.
Check
You're hurting
your temperature.
Me. And the ETs they'll put their hand on your head and they will stop the pain.
Right.
But they will talk to people. And if it's anything beyond, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Because people are screaming, and then this is when they black out. This is when their memory is suppressed. This is when they have missing time.
Right.
But if they're not screaming, and freaking out, the
Mhm.
ETs talk to them
Right.
and will give them advice, ask them what they want to learn, take them to the engine room and show them how the craft works,
Mhm.
take them to the observation deck, say, do you want to see the view?
Right.
Would you like to see the moon? How would you like to see Saturn? This
I
is
want to know
not
if the Earth is freaking flat. I have the
no.
flat Earth guy, David Weiss, coming on. I want to know.
I don't. Well,
I know, right?
you let me know.
He's going to quiz me. I need to know. No, seriously. No.
But
Go
so I
ahead,
started
I'm
to
kidding.
like come around. I'm like, I wonder if this is, a lot of fear-based thinking going on here.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
Because the more I dug into it, the more I realized, well, geez, people are being sat down in the engine room and taught how to fly the craft, which
Right.
was a major part of Dolly's experiences, and a lot of people I've talked to have had that. They started
That's
getting
what she
warnings.
says. The more you understand them, the more they will teach you.
So yeah, what happens is when people react with complete fear, their telepathy is cut off. Their communication lines are cut off. Their ability to perceive what's happening to them clearly is
Right.
cut off. So I mean, I don't want to get too into it, but yeah, there's a lot of fear surrounding this, which is not really warranted. If ETs were here to hurt us, we would know it.
Right.
There would be zero doubt. We would be,
Right. We
done
know by
for.
now. Let's put it that way, right? So you meet Dolly, and she's all full of this. Oh no, this is all fabulous.
She's like, I'm having a good time. I'm like, really?
Right.
She reached out to me because she's looking for other research, a researcher,
right,
to tell her story in a non-fear-based manner. And by the time, by 2016, when we first met, I had pretty much built sort of what I hope, at least, is a clear picture of what's going on with the ET agenda. They're here to, I'd come to the conclusion by this point that they are here to heal. That's a major agenda. They are here to study our genetics and perhaps upgrade them and use our own genetics to create hybrid babies for themselves and for us, for that matter,
Right.
But here to teach us, here to guide us, here to help us to the extent that they can without interfering with our own free will and all of this. So this was the conclusion I'd come to. I'm like, okay, they're obviously not here to take over.
Right.
Any, child can see that. That's the first conclusion you come to, pretty much. Like, well, if they wanted to take over, they would have.
Well, she tells me right here, Talara told her your name. So she sought you out, like it or not. You're the guy.
Can you believe that? So apparently the ETs do know me, have read my books, which is like, wow. Like, that is
hopefully
insane.
they like this one.
I know, right? Which may sound, I know it sounds, I mean, when I heard that, I'm like, wow. But it wasn't the first time I've heard this. A guy in England, same thing. He called me up one day. He says, oh my gosh, I'm having these experiences.
Right.
And the ETs are telling me we're facing some disasters. Have you ever heard of this? They're warning me about nuclear proliferation. And I said, yes, of course. That's one of their main messages. And he said, really? And
they must be frantic right now.
I think so.
Right.
So he's going on, and then finally he says, I should tell you that, I was visited by the Greys, and they told me to contact a gentleman by the name of Preston Dennett. I did not know your name. That's what he told me.
Wow.
So this is So
again, no pressure. It's just like, what? Okay.
So this is something people should know. The ETs are watching over UFO researchers. They know if you are not representing this accurately.
Right.
They are watching over everybody and everything.
Right.
So they led Dolly to me, which is just so.
How did you feel about that initially? Like, oh, what am I supposed to do? It's just like, how did you feel about that? That now they're just sending all these people to you because you're not busy enough.
Yeah, well, like you say, no pressure, no pressure. Okay. On one level, it's like really cool.
Yeah, it would be.
I've seen UFOs,
Yes.
on a number of occasions. But
Mhm.
and each time it happens, I think, wow, maybe I'm a contactee. They know about me. Do they know about me?
They
How
do.
much do they know? Well, yes, they know, and that's
They know.
a really cool feeling, because
Oh,
like I said, I've come to the conclusion that they're not here to hurt or scare people.
right.
And I'm not going to say everyone's encounter is puppies and rainbows and lollipops and fun, because a lot of people have a really hard time with this, and people do have negative encounters. They
Well,
do.
this brings me to Tamara's question. I'm going to try to. Sorry, guys. I know you're backing up. I'm just trying to keep up with where we're at in the whole stream here. Oh, here it is. So, do different aliens respond to people differently? Or maybe we can reword that. Do ET just on average, we have this mindset, this fear, do they react based on our reaction?
Yes. Aliens do react to people differently,
Mhm.
and it's based on a number of factors.
Mhm.
I mean, there are different types of ETs, for one thing.
Right.
So that is a factor. But by and large, I think they're aware of each other and cooperative. But if you have a belief system that's,
Mhm.
say, very religious, they're
Right.
going to treat you a little differently. They will kind of work with you and your belief system and your level of fear. So if you have a very strong fear reaction, they're going to be like, well, this person doesn't like this. They're having a
I am
really
now.
hard time.
He's going to go renegade. Yeah.
What we need to do with this person is calm them down.
Right.
What we need to do with this person is provide a screen memory. They're not ready to remember. So they will work with you and allow you to not remember.
Right.
And
so in other words, if you say something like, touch me and I'll snap your little neck, might not be a good thing to say when they're trying to abduct you.
Exactly. And
that be me.
And they will leave
My
people
first
alone.
encounter.
They will, if you are just out of your mind, no, I am not doing with this. Go away,
Right.
go away, go away.
Right.
That does drive them away in certain
Right.
cases. Sometimes
you
they will
have to
come
pretty
back
much
later.
be ready to receive them, right? I relaxed after Dolly and I had spoken. Talara knows you as well. That's why I asked to speak with you first. Great. I don't know if this is good or bad, but thank you. But and she says here also, your autonomy is very important to them.
Yes, and long before I got in this field, people were talking about, well, on some level, people agree to be contacted, and this is what we do see with people who sort of face their contacts,
right?
Become fully conscious and realize, oh yes, I did agree to this. Because initially people don't think they did, and they feel like they're being taken against their will. Dolly says, no, that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is, her experience. But the more I research this, the more I have come around to, I think that's probably true in most cases.
Right. Bradley says, so do they, I know the answer. You or Dolly can chime in. Do they speak English? How do they know our language? How do they know what we call Iraq is actually Iraq to them?
Yeah, they do speak English, but they speak Spanish too.
Right.
They will speak Dutch. They will speak German. They will speak whatever language. Particularly, when they first arrive, they say, "Don't have no fear." They will say it, in French if you're French. There's a guy, Ed Walters from the Gulf Breeze guy from Florida. Right. They had a nickname for him. They called him Zijas, which turns out to be eyebrows in Spanish. And he's got these really big, thick eyebrows.
Wow, so this is his nickname. Very nice.
Yes. So, yes, they do speak all languages of Earth. This is another thing. One guy actually asked the ETs flat out. They were praying mantis. He said, yes, we speak every language on your planet. It's very easy for us.
And how was that experience, can I ask, with the mantis? Because there are people on the fence with them.
Well, his encounter was absolutely friendly.
Perfect.
They were 15 feet tall, and he was scared out of his mind.
Right.
He
Thinking to
was.
himself, I remember when I was like 7 and I crushed that little praying mantis in the yard. Somebody's about to take revenge. That'd be
he
the
was-
first thing going through my mind.
Yeah, he was very frightened. He said he nearly crapped his pants, is what he said.
Oh, you think it'd be like,
Especially when he
higher than
turned
my
around and
ceiling.
saw them. Yeah, 15
Oh my
feet tall.
gosh.
And
Dolly
yeah,
says
I
they're
think their
watchers.
appearance.
Okay.
Yep, yeah, their appearance can very much scare people, and that's what they told, Kevin Cameron, the Navy medic I interviewed, because he just didn't want to turn around and look at them. He says, "What do you look like?" And they said, "Well, our appearance sometimes frightens people."
Do you think? Cheaper. It's not like we can hide you anywhere either.
And there's a reason for that, because that's another thing. We're saturated in fear in this society. Fear is a guiding force in people's lives. A
Right.
guiding force. It's really unfortunate.
It
We
is.
fear people who look different. Can be walking down the street, someone who looks a little different.
Do you think
Yeah.
that's just media? That's just the world we live in. They just seem to want to keep everybody at odds and
Yes.
fearful.
And you know how you can almost prove that?
Mhm.
Is look at little kids.
Mhm.
They do not see difference. They do not
No,
see
they do
skin
not.
color.
No,
They will run up to anybody.
that's true.
And it doesn't matter what they look like. And this is
That's
why
true.
little kids often don't have fear.
Learned behavior.
Yep, it's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ETs speak all languages, but really speak telepathically in a way that supersedes language. So
So
they
what
will.
would they learn language then? Is this just natural, like a natural ability for them? Not necessarily just speaking. I mean, they can hear your thoughts. They would have to understand the language, right? Because that's
Yeah.
what Ray Bradley's asking. How do they learn it?
Well, they said it's easy. Language
Yeah.
is actually, in its essence, telepathic. And we as a human race it's probably telepathic at one point. You've probably heard the story of the Tower of Babel and how languages
Yes.
evolved and all of this.
Yes.
And this is certainly what Dolly was taught, that we were a telepathic race, and language is
Advanced
very
races.
similar
Yeah.
across our planet.
It's like we've just been suppressed over time. We know when that happened around 300 and something AD. So with the onset, of course, of the church control. Thurston says it's Preston Dennett. Woohoo.
Thurston,
Fan
hey,
base is
Thurston.
chiming in. Yep. Okay, she goes, they are telepathic. They speak to us so we can understand them until we use our own psychic abilities. And we are all born psychics. Okay, just want to get Dolly's comments in. And we continue. So realistically then, do you think, because there's also a theory that they are us in the future. I remember communicating with something at one point, and I said, well, who are you? And they said, you are us, we are you. I was like, and then he said, we're one. I'm like, I'll accept that answer. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I'll accept it. Do you think that
Wow.
maybe is
They told that to Dolly. They told that to most
There we
of the
go.
contactees who have any level of awareness.
Yeah.
Will get that message at some point. We are you, you are us, we are one.
Wow.
I hear it all the time. So to hear you say in those exact words is yes. No, I don't think they are us from the future.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of cases out there, and I'm sure if you search hard enough, and I
Mm-hmm.
did, you can march out a few cases that will support that premise.
Mhm.
But by and large, no. What we're looking at is humanity, humanoids. The human form is present throughout the universe.
Yes.
So there are people out there who look just like us. The Greys are not that far removed from us. They have the same essential genetic structure.
Mhm.
A lot of people have been told flat out that when they ask, who are you? The Grey says, well, we once looked like you. You know,
Mhm.
we actually look very much like you, which would
Right.
speak to how they can interbreed with us.
Right.
So I don't think they're us from the future, though, we could possibly evolve into looking more like Greys.
Mhm.
Greys can evolve, you know,
Mm.
looking more like us. They're moving towards that. We see that with the hybrid phenomena. So there's a interweaving there.
Right.
So we are all essentially sharing the same genetic structure.
Right.
This is one of the reasons, when we're putting together the book, I'm like, Dolly, I think I have a good title. I want to call it Dolly Among the Stars. That's what I want to call it.
I always want to break out in song.
And she's like, oh, I really want to call it Symmetry. I'm like, ooh, that's an interesting title. Why do you want to call it Symmetry? She says, because this was a big part of her lessons among the ETs, as they would take her, on board the motherships and teach her science, take her to other planets and say, look, there's pine trees here too. Look, there's humans living in this village. Look, there's, bulls and pigs and rabbits and birds. They says there's symmetry throughout the universe.
Right.
Life has an incredible symmetry no matter where you go.
Right.
This is a major part of her lesson. And not only life, but energy, the micro universe and the macro universe. The atomic structure all the way to solar systems and galaxies.
Right.
All have an incredible symmetry to each other. So it turned out to be a really descriptive way to put in one word what Dolly has learned, a message from the ET.
Which is the template of the universe is pure symmetry, is what she says.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So I love the title.
Wayne wants to go, Dolly. Come pick him up, swing around.
I'm ready to. Wayne. I'm ready to.
There we go. Okay, we're all hitching a ride, Dolly. Saddle her up. Let's go. Right.
That could happen, just so you know. I mean, it's a little bit jokey.
No, we've had conversations. I don't doubt any of it.
I am telling you here and now that, yes, people are going and living among the ETs. I've had first-hand cases. One lady I interviewed, Pat Cates from Louisiana, was taken to the town of Armero, Colombia in 1985, right before a huge volcanic eruption. And they scooped up thousands of people right before this town got buried in these flows of mud from the Nevado del Ruiz volcano. 23,000 people lost their lives in that tragedy. But I'm going to bring that number down to considerably less, because those people were scooped up and taken. This does happen.
Wow. And they stay with ET after that.
Yep.
Okay. I just have to get to this before we continue, because Bradley has asked twice and I don't want him to feel like I'm ignoring him. Stanton Friedman was a big UFO researcher here in the Maritimes, Eastern Canada. I got the chance to go through some of his research. I'm truly on the fence on UFOs and aliens. Bradley just delving, hoping to learn something. Do you know of him? Stanton Friedman was big here in Canada, for sure.
Oh, yeah. He is a true pioneer in this field. We really owe the whole Roswell case to Stanton Friedman, who was the first to track down Jesse Marcel and interview him and find other witnesses.
Right.
Stanton Friedman was a nuclear physicist, a scientist, one of few of his era that took UFOs seriously. So we have, Dr. James McDonald. We have Dr. Paul Hynek.
Yes.
We have, Dr. Leo Sprinkle, Jacques Vallée, the astronomer.
I know.
Very few real, honest-to-God scientists were saying, hey, this is real. And Stanton Friedman was one of them. As a nuclear physicist, he said, hey, UFOs are real. And he's probably most famous for the Roswell crash.
Wow.
Putting that forth. But absolutely was someone who said that, let's put the science first, science in UFOs.
Right.
And
there you go. Yeah. There you go, Bradley. There. This is Tamara, going back to what you were talking about. Whole villages have gone missing and never come back throughout history. Northern Canada is also notorious for some of those. And I would think so. So Preston would stand by his research. Yeah, I think he would stand by Stanton's research for sure.
Yeah, I respect him as a researcher. And the previous comment is true too. There was a whole village in Alaska, completely disappeared.
Another one in northern Canada, like really far north as well. Like there's all kinds. So what do you have to do to qualify? Because Dolly says there are many being rescued right now. Okay, again. So what do you have to do to qualify for this?
Well, it's very simple. Be a good person. That's really what it comes down to, is have morals and ethics and try to improve yourself, spiritually. Reach out to the ETs.
And what's the best way to do that, in your opinion? Also being asked in the chat room.
Meditate. This is the one thing that pretty much all spiritual disciplines, all religions agree upon and have within their practice, is some form of meditation or prayer. And this is absolutely universal. And this is how you evolve psychically, how you grow, your psychic abilities, grow spiritually. It's through a simple process of meditation, which is really nothing more than relaxation. Relaxing physically,
just clearing the
relaxing
mind,
mentally.
Yeah.
And do the right thing. Allow love and truth to guide your actions. If you read it all about near-death experiences, this is what the angels will tell people always. The only thing you're going to bring with you is knowledge and love.
I agree with you. And I think if you just ask, I've often asked, I found that when I asked and said, okay, I'm ready, all of a sudden, because I was getting snippets before, and then I started having recollection of childhood memories. And then next thing you know, I'm full on visits. And even just like a week ago, I'm sitting there driving down and I'm along a certain way that I take. And I said, okay, where are you? All of a sudden I look up and I see this flash of light go through the sky, go just like that. I went, thank you. And every now and then, it's just like, okay, I drive down this way a lot, just so you know. So for me, I took that as all right. Thank you.
It seems like every 5 years or so I'll have a sighting. I think the last was like a couple of years ago in November 2020.
Right.
And I went outside. I'm like, okay, where are you guys? It's been a while. Show me. And I saw a little flash of light. I'm like, really? That's all? That's all you got for me?
Right.
I'm like, I'm a little disappointed. You can do better than that. And then right then, this giant owl flew right low over my head. I'm like, whoa. And if you know about this field, owls are.
Sorry, I doubted you. Yeah.
I still didn't see the craft and didn't get a ride, but it was cool.
No, it is really cool. I've had a lot of, like she just says, they travel in the light. Can I tell you how many light type of experiences I've had? I've had things shoot through the entire house and shake the house. A light decimating the neighbor's house. No kidding. Okay. And he knocked everything out over there. And, then we've had things, just big bright lights hit one mirror, come out of a window, hit the mirror, bounce out. I'm like, I think we've just been hit by something. It happens all the time, and it's always light related. So thank you for that, Dolly. I like it. So
yeah, reach out mentally, like you said, just to ask.
Right. Right.
And that absolutely works. Like we did a lot of, CE5s back in the day. I was just
going to say, yeah.
And I remember one lady, she had hers on her first try. She just reached out, asked, and boom.
And how was her experience for the first time?
Very positive.
So did you see a craft? Because, there's a lot of stuff with this, right? This is like a Dr. Stephen Greer, I think, has takes people out and to have experiences. And some people, after seeing interviews, are like, oh my gosh, like that was like something I never expected. It's not just so much a craft, but sometimes it's full on ET experience.
Yep. I think it depends on the person. I remember Stephen Greer came here in LA in 1992.
Right.
And August, we went out the first night, a huge group of us, and right up to Santa Susana Pass here outside of LA.
Right.
And someone screams out, "What's that? Look up." First night. And, there must have been 50 of us. I remember looking up and, wow, look at that.
That's a thing, I think. Yeah.
It wasn't. I can tell you, it wasn't a satellite. It was almost the size of the half moon. It
Wow.
was huge.
Wow.
Uh,
What sticks out for me is watching the documentary where this older gentleman who was really hard of hearing made a comment, and he said, "Oh, make sure I hear you because these old ears don't hear so well." And someone captured a photo of him at one of these events, and there was an ET. You could see a gray standing behind him, and they had their hands on his ears, and he could hear better from that point on. It was just like we talk about healing and healing stories. And he was in tears when he was telling his story. He goes, I could hear. And for
Right.
someone to have captured the photo while they were sitting in a group. So all these people are sitting in a group. And here's this guy. Nobody sees this beside him. But somebody in the front took a picture because they thought they saw something. And here you see this gray behind him with hands on the ears. And he could see, which I thought was like mind-blowing.
Yes. Well, before you ask, that's
Bill.
Dolly.
Yeah, Dolly. ET can and does remote view. They can OBE you. Dang it.
But one thing I wanted to say, that speaking to the guy who was deaf.
Yeah.
I wrote this book, Schoolyard UFO Encounters, where they show themselves to kids, and I found 100 cases where they're just kind of announcing their presence to little kids.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this one case that just really touched me, which occurred in North Carolina, at the North Carolina School for the Deaf, where they came swooping down over the school. And of course, these kids are all profoundly deaf. They can't hear. So what this UFO did was put forth this sort of vibrational sound, this woo, 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 woo sound that they could actually feel.
Wow.
And so everyone comes running out,
Right.
and they can quote hear this UFO as it comes right so low over the school that the supervisors thought it would actually hit the school itself.
Wow.
and showed themselves to these deaf kids. It's just the coolest thing.
That is a cool thing. Like that's like, does that happen often when there's mass sightings?
With schoolyards, yeah.
Really?
And yeah, it does happen fairly regularly, because the schoolyard encounters started in 1950 and continued all the present day, all the way to the present day.
Mm-hmm.
1 or 2 cases at least per year. And I think you could easily times that by 10, because most people don't talk.
Yes.
And right after that, I started looking for other cases. Like, why are, because they're showing themselves to 40, 50, 100 kids. Is there anything like this?
Mm-hmm.
Are they being seen at concerts? Yes, they are. Not to the level, but there are some at sporting events. But what shocked me was drive-in movie theaters.
Yeah, you have a book on that we talked about when you were talking about it, I'm like, just sort of like, why there?
I'm telling you, because they've got a nice captive audience. They're very perceptive, opened. They're in a kind of watching the movie.
Yeah, good mood, night out, that sort of, maybe pure intention. Dolly says, children do not fear. They know much and they learn. Yeah, I could see that. Tamara, I think the aliens are confirming to the point that governments can't say it isn't happening. So that way too many people's experiences. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're showing yourself to 50 people at a time, but is everybody in that group seeing them? Because there are theories that not everybody can see something. Just because a UFO appears, let's say we're like 50 people, maybe only 10 people out of the 50 will see it. And you have 40 that go, we don't see anything. Some people believe only abductees or contactees can have the experience, while others who aren't really open to it aren't really seeing it. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I do have cases like that.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say in the schoolyard cases, no, we don't see that. Everyone's seeing it.
Well, pure, right?
And pretty much with the drive-in theater cases as well, though there are some people who don't look up, so they're not seeing it. But yeah, I have cases. There was a case involving 4 or 5 teenagers, and one kid's like, look, and his friends could not see it. So
why do you think that is? Like, why four people don't see it, but one person does? Is it the ability, perhaps, or is there just something more to it? Look at that, everybody. I'm going to see Dolly at the drive-in. She goes, I've been at the drive-ins to display that to people. Big reality checks to the humans, no doubt. So just wave at Dolly when you have an experience. It might be her in there.
Can you imagine being inside the UFO when people are doing their CE5 work?
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, yeah. She's put on displays for people to photograph. I don't think people realize how extensive Dolly's experiences are.
Right. Right.
When I say a fully conscious contactee, she is up there eating,
let's get back
sleeping, talking to them.
Right.
All of this stuff. I mean,
so why does she come back here? Having like health issues because she's sick right now, having a bout of pneumonia. Why come back here for all the gloom and doom when really you can be taken from it if people are being taken?
Yep. Well, she seriously considered just let's go.
Right.
But she also loves humanity, loves
she does.
Earth, loves all the animals. Really wants to help people. This is something I see with contactees. They are the nicest people.
Right.
I started looking at their jobs. I'm like, why are there so many nurses?
I agree.
Why are there so many doctors? Why are there so many social workers and environmentalists and artists and musicians? They're awesome people. They want to help.
Right.
And that is why Dolly decided, she says, you know what? I'm going to stick it out.
Right.
And she, like a lot of contactees, knows that death is a lie. You don't die.
No.
You may shed the physical body. It's just a vehicle.
Right.
It's like driving a UFO, and then you get to change UFOs. Boom. You get to
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
So it's no big deal. And there are these messages from the ETs. This is absolutely true in Dolly's case, that we're facing some rough times up ahead due to our own making.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the messages. There's not a lot of that out there. Messages that or people, you hear about it now and then, but she seems to have quite a bit. So
I hear it all the time from contactees.
Wow.
Really. And almost all of them will have the same type of dream. One is some sort of apocalyptic type event. Another is UFOs are filling the sky. And everyone's like, go on board.
Right.
Which speaks to, the
rescue.
The message that Dolly has been given, which is that we are facing an environmental crisis. We are facing a possible, what does she call it, a CME, coronal mass ejection.
And what is this exactly?
This is sort of a micronova, not a supernova, but when the sun burps and sheds its outer layer. And the science, when she first told me this, I started, of course, researching this, and the science does support this.
Wow.
It's not super easy to find, but if you go out there and look, yes, the science does support this. You may have heard of the Carrington event of 1850 something, 60, which this did happen. There was a huge CME, a coronal mass ejection, which knocked out the newly emerging telegraph system. According to Dolly, this is what we're facing. And I've heard this sort of thing from a lot of contactees, though in different variations of perhaps a polar tilt, massive tidal waves due to the pollution and the nuclear proliferation. This is what Kevin Kamen, the Navy medic, was told. They said, since you started exploding nuclear bombs, you started a countdown clock, and it's going to cause all these disasters to happen. And they showed him hurricane after hurricane after hurricane, and landslides, and earthquakes, and all this stuff. And this is what they told a lady in Maine. They said, you think Katrina was bad, Hurricane Katrina? That's nothing. You are facing some very heavy-duty disasters. This is, so I don't want to be all doom and gloomy, because it's not. This is a way to move us off a pathway of self-destruction. Because that's what we've done. We've really screwed things up. It's our own fault for polluting our planet. It's our own fault for not being kind to each other. It's our own fault for not electing people to our governments that have our own best interests in mind.
Aside from their own, obviously, right? So I guess right now, I mean, many extraterrestrials are believed to even live in our oceans, within the planet, in the mountains, like some, subterranean, like some actually reside here on the planet. So why don't they intervene if this is home for them as well?
Well, they do intervene.
Okay.
And so we see this is what the whole contact experience is.
Right.
And one couple, I asked them that, or they asked the ETs.
Right.
Because they were taken on board. It was all, they said, we weren't abducted, we were invited on board. They were very much human looking, though bald with large dark eyes, and they were healed. And they said, well, why are you helping us? And this is, well, we are helping people who are helping others. And they said, why don't you just come down and fix everything?
Right.
They said, we cannot do that. It's up to you to solve your own problems. Fixing your problems would not help you. So they respect the fact that we have chosen
Our
to,
path.
so this is really comes down to autonomy and free will. They're not going to become our alien overlords. I'd welcome them, honestly.
At this point, yeah, man, pickings are slim over here. But I mean, here's something. I mean, we're at the mercy of a lot of people.
No.
I agree with Melissa. We wouldn't learn if they fixed everything, but we're at the mercy right now of I'm not going to say it. We're going to, somebody's list. We have a lot of people in Russia who listen to the show, actually. But we're at the mercy right now of people playing a really good game of Risk. Let's put it that way.
I mean, we are and we aren't. You know what I mean? Because we are at the mercy, but only if we choose to.
I don't know if the people in that country right now are thinking that way, because they're just being devastated. So what do? You can't get out of that. Is that their karma? Like tens of thousands of people?
Well, it's a tough situation. I mean, the fact is, we've got various forces vying for control over our planet. We have the 1%ers. We have the secret government. We have the real governments. We have the people at large, which I think is the most powerful force. Humanity is the most powerful force on this planet. If we were all to say, that's it, I am not going to shoot anyone. Every soldier laid down their arms. What are our leaders going to do?
The crazy man's got the button to the nuke. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but does he? He's just one guy. It's
with his hand
a lot of
on the button.
Yeah,
right?
But what I'm saying is there's people surrounding every leader.
Right.
And we have to start waking up and doing the right thing. That we do have power. We have incredible power, and we need to wake up to it.
Right.
That's, we can elect a good government. The United States is a relatively young government and really shook things up. With creating a democracy that was of the people, for the people, by the people, and did a really good job.
Yeah.
Comparatively speaking, America was different from world governments reaching back hundreds of years.
Yes.
And it's kind of fallen back into the whole...
It's no Abe Lincoln, we'll tell you that much, right? Yeah. Don't feed the negative monster. I agree with that. I believe negativity feeds negativity and makes it stronger. I preach that in my own work.
So we just need to, we need to stop listening to the lies.
Yeah.
Don't buy into the fear. People are trying to, get disclosure from the government. I'm like, they're not going to disclose. We don't need them to disclose. We've already done it.
Right. See, that's a good point. While people are sitting here waiting for the government to disclose, I've said many times on the show, you have more interesting things coming up from everyday people with things like this, a phone, being able to go in and you're photographing things, you're having your own personal experiences. We have people such as yourself who are documenting these experiences, putting it out there. We don't need a government to disclose and say, yes, this is a thing, when most people already know it's a thing.
Yeah, I think disclosure will happen at some point. Progress, is inevitable.
Right.
And the truth is almost indestructible. I mean, you can hide the truth, you can distort it, but you can't destroy it. Truth is truth.
Right.
And sooner or later, I mean, you cannot destroy it.
No, it's
so
true.
Disclosure will happen.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that. The cover-up is a complete disaster. And the government is not, people don't trust them anymore. And that's why I think they're disclosing. They're like, well, we have to because we want to control the narrative. Good luck with your alien threat narrative, because I don't think people are going to buy it.
No.
I really don't.
Well, I think we've been conditioned to fear it for so long that you have the people out there who are genuinely terrified of this and could very easily say, no, I'm not ready for something like that. Dolly says you do not need someone else to tell you what to think. Think for yourself. 100%. 100%. But I think that media has done its job.
Yeah. Well, this is why my advice to contactees is, first thing you should do is take a deep breath, calm down, and let's take a look at what has actually happened to you. Let's write it down. What is the scariest, worst thing? What is the best thing? How do you feel about contact?
Right.
Is this something you would absolutely not want in your life? Has you had any benefits from it at all? I talked to a guy in England. He's like, I don't really like it. I feel violated. He still feels this way. And I'm like, okay, well, has there been anything good about it? And he's like, well, yeah. And he describes, several really, sort of interesting and fun incidents.
Right.
And how he's incredibly psychic. He has OBEs, out-of-body experiences, all the time. And I asked him, like, well, do you think this is related to your encounters? He says, well, yeah, absolutely. And so this is the sort of thing we need to start taking a look at is, have they healed you? Have they taught you anything?
Yeah. Dolly says, yes, listen to Preston. There we go. Listen to Preston. It sounds like there's more pros than cons. So I think it comes down to that whole mindset thing again, that people just can't let go of their conditioning.
Yeah, and it's tough. I get it. I've talked to people who are like, you know what, I'm sorry, I just feel violated. And I totally respect that. Because, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. If that's your experience, I have to respect that. And I've talked to people who are very profoundly religious. And this one guy's like, I'm sorry, I just think they're demonic. And I'm like, well,
that's the thing too, right?
And I'm like, why? Why do you feel this way? And he's like, well, I trust in Jesus. And I'm like, okay.
Do people think they're one of the same then? Like aliens are demons, or aliens are angels? Are they one of the same? Are they quite different? Because I think that was somewhere in the feed here also.
Yeah. I mean, I looked into it. Believe me, I checked out all the books on demonology and Ed and Lorraine Warren and going all the way back to, the Middle Ages and even farther back to Roman times when the word demon was first talked about, which was a completely different meaning, by the way.
Right.
It was more the muse, or communication from the other realm.
Right.
So, I think angels are probably real. And by that, I mean spirits, entities who have not been human, who work with what we would think of as the divine realms or the higher energies. And, one lady contactee was told flat out, this lady from Maine, who you thought were angels, that was us. And we do see remarkable parallels. So I think there is something to this. And people say, well, they're demonic. I'm like, well, humans are also demonic, aren't they?
Yes.
In their behavior.
Yes.
So if you want to call
ETs,
if you want to call ETs demonic, I am not going to try to dissuade you from that, but I will say it's I don't agree with it
Mm-hmm.
because I have looked up the demonic phenomena and it's real and it follows a very set pattern. It's a haunting that starts with knocking noises and footsteps and bad odors and cold spots.
Mm-hmm.
It moves from infestation to, possession, and it's a nasty thing.
It is.
And I've looked into angelic phenomena and people being rescued and all this stuff. And fine, if you want to say that there are entities out there who are following a demonic path, that's fine, as long as you accept the possibility that there are more ETs who are angelic, because that is what the Bible says. Yes, there's a portion that are fallen, quote, fallen angels, but most of them are not fallen. They're mostly
the Bible
not.
even speaks of abductions and UFO encounters. Look at Enoch. Look at Ezekiel. It's all in the Bible, people. It's the saying. So,
yeah, we have a tendency to look at this phenomena through the lens of our cultural beliefs.
Yes, I
So
agree
if you
with
go back in history, you can see this. And people have tried to say, well, fairies were ETs. Maybe in some cases, but I don't know. 'Cause we have a lot of different paranormal, supernatural, if you will, entities out there.
Right.
And yes, I think there probably are jinns or trickster spirits.
Right.
But
even a human spirit can be a trickster.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Right.
So we just have to step back a little bit and not try to label everything under one umbrella.
So we're coming back to that, what we visually see, because something may look scary. Like, for example, a reptilian or like a draconian. Are they to be feared or are they fairly benign? Because through history, there is documentation where they're fairly benign, but there's also documentation where they're real a-holes. So
yeah, they're people. People are people wherever you go.
Yeah.
Isn't that a song?
Yeah. Let's break out. We're gonna do this. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we have a tendency to think of us and them. Which is one of the messages ETs give. Like, no, it's not us and them. It's not you. We are one. So yes, there are probably people out there who don't have your best interests in mind. And when it comes, I don't get a whole lot of reptilian reports. I do have some.
Right.
Dolly had a reptilian encounter, and it was not pleasant. She
there you go.
In the Everglades, and she's like thinking, well, this thing wants to eat me for lunch, and she took off running. And I have other reptilian encounters where people have encountered them in the wilderness, and there's no UFO. So this could be
subterranean. They're here.
This is a theory, which I think is somewhat supported by the evidence, certainly. And yeah, they're not necessarily always friendly, though. I have to tell you, Barbara Lamb, a very respected researcher, said she had a very friendly encounter with a reptilian.
So what?
And they're
How
people.
come she got a good one and Dolly got something and trying to eat her?
Yeah, good question.
So I talked to Barbara Lamb and said, "What'd you do to make us so nice?"
And my answer is, people are different. And I think what we're seeing with the ET phenomena is that people who are coming from other planets are by and large technologically very advanced, and because they're technologically advanced, they have reached the point where they could have destroyed themselves, right? But didn't. And why? Because they are also spiritually advanced, morally, ethically advanced. And this is why, by and large, we don't need to fear ETs, because they are advanced. Think about this logically. It doesn't make any sense that ETs would go from various star systems. And how many are there out there? 1 billion.
So they don't have the will to want to take control. Because even Stephen Hawking's like, oh, don't be doing that. You have really brilliant minds saying, remember what happened to the Inca and the Mayan when the Spanish came, like conquerors. And they're saying, Stephen Hawking's like, no, do not put a signal out there. We do not want to make contact because we are less technologically advanced and we could be taken over very easily. So
but Stephen Hawking doesn't believe that we're being visited.
Also true. Under his feet. Yeah.
How brilliant are you if you're not even willing to look at the evidence?
Right.
This is what's so frustrating to me with these, skeptics. I have to tell you, there is a long list of astronomers who have seen UFOs.
Yes.
And believe this is real and know we're being visited. It's really behooves anyone who is a skeptic or a scientist to please just look at the evidence. Leave your preconceptions behind. It's ridiculous. For Neil deGrasse Tyson, here's a man who needs to be taken on board. Because if I hear him
line him up,
time, I think he actually probably believes. I don't know. I'm not going to name names, but we know that there are disinformants. We know this. We know there are absolute debunker liars, paid disinformants.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is a weird, real danger in this field, which I'm like, what other field of science has someone attacking the researcher? That is just unbelievable to me.
Yeah, that to me is, again, is that just a control thing? Is just wanting to, because let's face it, if the people are fearful, they're easier to control. And she says he does know the truth. Yeah, I believe you.
I suspect he does. But, I don't know. I do know that there are some, Phil Klass, come on. Go back to Stanton Friedman.
Yeah.
Who did his research on Donald Menzel, the first paid informant, who was part of MJ-12.
Right.
That secret group, and knew UFOs were real and said that they weren't. He knew. Donald Menzel, shame on you.
Yeah.
I'm looking down at you now.
That's right. Yeah. What Preston said. I'm down with that too.
Man, it's just.
It's things like that back us up as a society. Right? Yes. It's like one step forward, two steps back. And it's people like that who just keep pushing us further back. Like, do you feel we should be almost living in a Star Trek sort of age by now with technology? Like, because so many people have been in contact with ET who willingly share their technology. Government's done, Lord only knows, enough of the reverse engineering. Should we not be a little further ahead than what we are right now?
Yeah, and I think where we went wrong was Roswell, which almost was publicly revealed. I mean, it was. They put out a press release, and they took it back. And if that hadn't happened, we would now be traveling to other planets. We would probably have overcome wars, hunger, disease to a large extent. We do have the technology. It is within our possession. The military has healing technology.
I was going to say, like, what are your thoughts on Solar Warden and all, this galactic fleet that a lot of the allies led by the United States apparently have?
I think there's probably some truth to it. I have to say this is not my area of expertise. I really have focused on contactees.
Yeah, it's just a curiosity, like.
Yeah, I'm following it. I mean, if you look at what Gary McKinnon, the computer hacker, found out, it's clear that we do have these craft. I have talked to people within the military or subcontractors who have told me firsthand, yes, we have these craft, we have the technology, we're reverse engineering it. But as far as I know, we're not really, we're still being quarantined. This is sort of the buzz that's going on. We are not really flying to other planets. We're not allowed to.
We're naughty. We're apparently not allowed to do this.
we're too dangerous. I can't really speak to that with any authority.
No,
but I have to tell you,
it's theory.
Some of the stuff that I'm hearing now, I'm like, I don't believe that for a second.
Right.
I am sorry. That is just too wild. Slaves on Mars and
there's lots of there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't believe that. And I'm going to put all of this stuff on the back burner until there's real reporting on it, real corroboration.
Right.
Some actual it's distressing to me because people will believe anything.
Well, if there is, I don't really think it's ET imprisoning anybody. If anything, I would think it's more along the lines of humans who have technology who won't share it, who are just getting away with things that they get away with doing here, just somewhere else, know.
Well, we know this. We know technology has been suppressed. The electric car, the oil industry suppressed the electric car for decades. Yeah. This is not speculation. We know this.
Hello, Preston.
It's
Margaret
Peggy.
said, yeah.
Hi, Peggy.
Dolly, yeah, lots of misinformation. Yeah, there is a lot of misinformation. I'd like to get back to the messages, though. Some of the positive messages. We'll try to get ourselves back on a positive track because that's pretty much what you're known for. I love having you on because everything's like just positive when it comes to ET. And I think we need just more of that, and more people might actually put down their guard and say, you know what? I'm good. I'm willing to try this. I'm willing to just be open-minded about it.
Yeah. I think, the message from the ETs is really focused on waking up
Right.
psychically. This is a real big thing for them. And
Right.
this is what they'll tell you. This is our gift to you.
Right.
For what you have given to us. I've heard that same phrase from several contactees who have worked with the ETs to provide babies.
Right.
And they absolutely are working so hard to wake people up, to teach them how to do astral travel. That's huge. And I thought that's so cool because when I started researching in 1986, I started having out-of-body experiences. And it became a huge part of my life.
Now, how do you feel about that? What was your first time like? That'd be something that people would be just sort of like, yeah, I don't think so. What's waiting for me over there? I'll take my chances and stay here. How was that? How did you get used to that? Really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was, so much fun. Well, it was scary the first few times. Well, the first time it was awesome. I'm like, wow, I did it. Oh, my God.
Right.
I floated out of, I've done the exercises.
Right.
There's literature on this, which is easy to find.
Right.
You can just do these meditations, these visualizations, these affirmations, and it works. And there is a very strong fear barrier for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because you pop out, and I remember that, like my third time I popped out, I'm like, oh, I died. I'm dead.
No.
Felt this cold dread. I'm like, what have I done? I dived back into my body. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh, no.
But this is a part of what they're trying to do. It's to say, listen, you can go out of your body. Listen, you can see the future. Listen, you have the ability to do hands-on healing. You can do this. You can do channeling. You can do all kinds of, you can do levitation. It's funny, I was doing this article because I kept running to contactees who've levitated. I'm like, Dolly, I don't suppose you've ever levitated.
She has. How old is she? Like 18 months?
Yeah. She's like, well, yeah, actually I did.
I know.
I really wanted to get to this shelf on the closet, and I just concentrated and floated. I'm like, you're kidding. She's like, no, I did it again after that.
And Preston's thinking, how old am I? And this kid's doing it at this age in the crib.
Well, Stephen Greer talked about it.
Yeah, 10 months old, she says.
So a lot of people, this is a part of what we can do, and this is the ET message to you.
Right.
You are unlimited. You have all the power of the universe within you. You have the ability to levitate, to do telepathy. That is a huge thing. We need to start linking up with each other to the point where we have complete, total, open psychic empathy. Because if we can do that, then we're done. We have solved our problems.
Right.
Because no one can lie, and corruption and greed will go away because we will realize how truly one we are.
Right. A collective. As Jolly says.
So this is the big message. Telepathy. Work on it. And this is why ETs communicate only with telepathy. It wakes that ability up. And Dolly, having dealt with this her whole life, comes back and has this ability. And this is not uncommon. There's a guy in Russia, he's like, I'm not going on, I can't do trains. I can't go out in crowds. I can't do it. Everyone is screaming at me.
Right.
And
that would be difficult.
Yeah.
I would sympathize with that person. That would be hard to hear all those different thoughts because people on an average, we all have baggage. And you always think about it. You're stressed out and things are always going.
Yeah, this would happen to me after OBEs. I'd come back and I'd hear people at work and they're saying one thing and thinking another. I'd be like, what did you just say? Because it would come out a little garbled. I'm like, I must be going crazy. I just thought you said something else.
Right. It's like, I know what you said for real. Right.
But yeah, this is a huge message.
Yeah.
That and treating our planet the correct way, treating each other, treating animals.
Yeah.
Because when you hurt someone else, you're hurting yourself.
See, people don't realize that when there's a war going on and doing all these atrocious things, there's a price for that. They're just notching and chipping away at the collective, which you are a part of.
Yeah. Read about near-death experiences, because there's a huge lesson there. When you have a near-death experiences, when you die, you are going to have a life review. And when you do, you are going to feel every emotion you put upon other people.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to feel every good thing you did. When you helped someone, when you lent them money, when you fed them, when you helped them cross the street, you will get to experience that. But if you said bad words, if you hurt people, if you killed them, you're going to feel that. You're going to have to deal with every... There's one guy I talked to who had a near-death experience. He's also a contactee. And he says, I interviewed him. The only thing he would talk about was life review. He says, I was a bad person. You don't understand. For each person I hurt, I had not only feel that, but I had to feel the people they hurt, because there was a chain reaction.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's just why I backed up to Wayne's comment. He goes, not all of us have chosen this messed up way of life, but we don't seem to have like our free will, not so much free will, but free choice, because in a way I agree, because it is hindered by those who are actually in control of what's going on. Like Dolly, I stand at my jaw on the ground. Yes.
Yeah. We must be strong. We must have fun.
That's it, yeah.
We really have to choose the kind of life we want.
So do we all have to sit there on mushrooms or something? Like just love and light, live the hippie lifestyle? Because like peace on earth, all of this stuff, because man, we just seem to be sinking. Like every life you live, you choose, she says. I believe that. And we all start off with these little tiny beings, so pure of heart and just so open psychically. What happens between this little bean and this big stalk of whatever the heck some people turn into?
Yeah, I have my theories. I think part of the problem is coming down into the third dimension. You run the danger of having profound amnesia and forgetting who you are.
Oh, heck yes.
So we end up going through this long karmic cycle where we have to sort of relearn and remember and go through all these lessons of, what it's like to hurt people, what it's like to have loss, to experience pain. This is a school. So I don't know if ever we're going to completely have a third dimension that's really high energy, because it's just not that way.
So do you believe that there's a race, like there's a bunch of us already living in fourth or fifth density, and that there's just some of us that just don't get it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are those the people like living outside the matrix kind of thing? Like that theory that we're stuck in this and everybody else is looking at us, knocking and going, come on, what's wrong with you?
That's what life after death is.
Right.
It is a higher dimension where you vibrate at a much higher frequency, you're much more telepathic, where you are permeated with good energy. Love permeates the other side. You cannot be in a bad mood, not in the higher realms. There are lower realms. There are earthbound ghosts.
Right.
I've experienced a lot of this. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
But yes, we are all moving towards a higher dimension. So the first thing people need to do is leave fear behind and recognize that we live in a safe universe. And life is hard and we're dealing with a lot of pain and misery. But if we make the choice to do the right thing, every one of us, every soldier, every person, smile at the person. Take little steps. You don't have to give all your money away and love the person who is beating you up. No.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what it's about. It's about taking a step in the right direction.
I like this comment. Sounds like there's less life before death than after. I think in some cases, very possibly, especially if we're not like learning the lesson. And on that, I have to do a station ID. So you are listening to the Outer Realm Radio here on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from New Orleans. And we are here with Preston Dennett, dear friend, really, really awesome guest. And we're talking about Symmetry, a true ET adventure that Preston wrote for his dear friend, my dear friend, because I love her, Dolly Saffron. And we are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee, who is responsible for all this amazing content. Maybe a little bit for me trying to just trudge away at keeping it coming. And my little bubbly companion who's not here tonight because she's under the weather. So sending her love. But also big thank you to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, our award-winning composer who has, given us the sponsorship of a beautiful intro and outro, which is just phenomenal. So thank you for tuning in, and we are still going. And yeah, that's right. See, there we go. Dolly said, I drink Folgers. Perfect. That's what I want to hear. Tamara, yes, with the coffee cups. I love it. Hello, Dolly and Preston. Dolly is in chat and she is active. So there we go. If anyone has questions for Dolly, just so you know, pop it in there. I'll pop it on the screen. She'll answer and we'll do it that way. She's under the weather as well, so she's not on air tonight. There we go. Now we continue.
Yeah.
So,
I'd like to talk just a little bit about what Dolly has experienced.
Please.
Because, people have all these experiences where they're laid out and physically examined. And
yeah,
that's about as far as a lot of the stories I get go.
Right.
And if there's a smaller portion of people who say, well, yeah, they did show me, the moon. They showed, they gave me some messages.
Right.
Well, Dolly's experiences started at age 14, and they said, what do you want to do with your life? Do you want to work with us? Do you really want to remember? She said, yes, I want to remember, and I want to fly. Oh, I want to learn how to fly the craft. And they said, okay. And so from age 14 to age 19, they sat her down in the control room. This is 100 times a year. 2 hours every, 3 or 4 days. She would do this. So we're talking, months upon months upon months of real-time training.
Right.
And they would set her down and they're like, okay, watch while we do it. And off they would go to the moon. Off they would go to Saturn. Off they would go to Venus.
Right.
And by age 19, she had a pretty good handle on it. And she sits down in the chair. And to fly the craft, you have to be really empathetic. You have to really know how to OBE, remote view, project your consciousness into the craft itself. Talata, who is himself an entity.
Mm-hmm.
These craft are alive.
Right.
And Talata is a higher dimensional entity. I think Dolly said he was from the 6th or the 8th dimension.
Wow.
So really high up there. And he embodies the craft. And he's worked with Dolly since she was just a tyke, a tiny little thing.
Wow.
And he's her teacher, her guide,
right,
her compatriot. And they work together,
right,
along with the little AI grays
mm-hmm.
and the tall grays or the medium-sized grays.
Mm-hmm.
So she sits down in the seat, projects her consciousness into this device,
mm-hmm.
which is this sort of roundish crystal ball type thing, which starts out small but expands as it turns on.
Mm-hmm.
She projects her consciousness into it, as does everyone who's working all the systems in the craft, which is phenomenally advanced to the point where I couldn't even begin to understand it.
Wow.
But she's able to open a dimensional doorway. And this is not really a wormhole. She says wormholes don't exist. You can't travel through black holes.
Mm-hmm.
What you're doing is opening a dimensional doorway, leaving this dimension, and immediately exiting and entering back into the third plane, but picking a location, because when you're in those higher dimensions, there is no time and space.
Right.
So you are able to travel across the galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time they're like, okay, sit down. This is going to be your first time doing it yourself. And she was super excited. She reaches her hands and shocks herself on the ball. She's like, ah! had to stop, take a breather. I was like, okay, just fine, you'll be fine. And she does it, and she pops through the dimensional doorway and out, and she's in front of this enormous purple planet, this huge gas giant, which is far, not in our solar system, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
And just imagine how thrilling. So this is how it started for her.
Right.
And she would do this regularly, popping across the universe, going to the Greys, the learning planet is what she calls it, or the tree planet, which is in the Orion system.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where she was going since she was a tiny little girl, age 6, 7, 8, 9, and still, actually, where they would take her to learn. This is another planet.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going to other planets?
Yes, actually. I want in. Absolutely.
She says the trees there are huge. They're like skyscrapers. Right. And she says it's so rich with life that, the flowers are, reach human height. Giant flowers and giant plants with leaves as big as, how big would I describe? Did she describe them? Bigger than a human, huge.
Right. Right.
So she would spend weeks there and come back, and they'd plop her right back, a few minutes later.
Yeah. So that's phenomenal.
This was how it went on for years, just learning how to fly and darting around the universe. But she would also go onto these huge mother ships, which they don't call them that. They just call them craft. And they are vast. Some are planetoid size, what we would call a Dyson sphere.
Wow.
So they have basically artificial worlds, and a lot of them. And these huge craft where they scoop up animals and plants from Earth and from other planet systems that are going through troubles and transplant them to other planets. So this is where Dolly did a lot of her education. She would go up on these motherships and learn science and learn animal husbandry and learn agriculture and learn all this stuff that she could use in her own life. She grew up on a farm, so a lot of her education was tailored to what she was interested in and what she wanted to learn.
Yeah.
So this is an extraordinary life. She said when she started flying, first they took her singly, and they took her out with a few other pilots, and then they took a group of like 20 of them, and then they took out a group of hundreds of them, and they're all flying around, doing practice sessions on how to evacuate a planet. And at some point, Dolly became very involved with what we call abductions. She does not call them that. The ETs do not call them that.
Experiencers, contactees.
They call it gathering the children.
Ah, all right then.
And this is, not necessarily children per se.
Right.
Though our, babies and their mamas or kids, teenagers and adults and very old people. They work with all people all across the planet, regardless of race, or I'm not going to use that word, regardless of ancestry or ethnicity, because we are one race.
Right. That's interesting, because some people believe that they're broken down in blood types and that sort of thing.
No.
Lineages, because families are followed throughout like hundreds of years, thousands of years.
Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah.
They do follow certain genetic lines.
Right.
And have been sort of guiding these genetic lines. And I ask people about their genetics, and Dolly's like, oh, well, I actually am related to a couple of presidents. I'm like, ooh, I've heard that before. She says,
I think Dolly and I are related.
I think a lot of us are. But she has a very wide ancestry.
Yes.
She says, my genes go back to the original humans. It's exactly what another lady told me.
Yeah.
And Dolly's like, well, I've got, I've got Pacific Islander, I've got Asian, I've got African, I've got South American, I've got Caucasian. She is what she calls a Heinz 57 mix or something.
Yeah.
I think that's the word she used.
Yeah.
Which I hear. So yeah, they are following genetic lines, and yes, Rh negative is somewhat common, but no, they follow all people. They follow all genetic lines, and they are absolutely us, and we are them, and they are upgrading us. There was a guy in Florida who asked him flat out, "Why are you contacting me?" And they said, "We are interested in your genetic potential to live a long time." And this is something I hear from contactees. They enjoy really high, quick healing, really good health.
Right. Yeah. See, Dawson, we have the same family lines. I don't get sick often, so that's a little, if that's something. But yeah. So hold on. Okay, Mike, that's for you guys. Michael says, I really enjoy Dolly's and Preston's wisdom and insight. Absolutely. It's why they are here. And part of my own little circle. So
yeah, it's important that people move past the fear of their encounters. Because yes, it can be very scary for you. I get that. But what I will tell you, if you are having a hard time, is meditate. If you don't like what's happening to you, say, stop. Go away. You're scaring me.
So it's that easy.
Scaring me.
Yeah.
And reach a point where you're like, okay, now I'm ready. It's okay. Come tonight, but please don't scare me. And they will do their best. One lady I talked to, she's from, she lives now in Australia. She's like, okay, I think I'm ready. You can come tonight. And they came, and she heard him coming down the hallway, and she saw the hand reach around, and its little fingers went across the doorway, and she screamed out, "No, I'm not ready!
In my mind,
go away!" And they did.
Oh wow!
But she eventually, got much better with it and had really positive encounters. Was healed and learned how to heal.
Right.
So they will work with you. And to try to recognize that fear is not helpful. And that if you move past it, this is when you get to remember the good stuff. This is when you get the ride to Saturn. Wouldn't that be fun? This is when you get to go to another planet.
Yes.
This is when you get the healings. This is when you get all the information.
Maybe people have a hard time because they come at night when you're in your safe place, like your bed. You're supposed to feel safe in your bed. It's like having any intruder coming into your space. I know there's some nights I'm so bloody exhausted. I'm like, can you just wait till I fall asleep? Wake me up when we get there. I literally say things like, because I'm so freaking tired. But the whole house goes black. You can't even see your hand in front of your face. I'm going, oh, it's going to be one of those nights. Just wake me up when we get there.
I asked Dolly about that, actually. I'm like, why? Because people say, why don't you just knock at the front door at noon? Honestly, I'm not sure that that's going to be any less scary for people, but I did ask Dolly, and she says, well, there are reasons they come at night.
Right.
One is that they know you're going to be there.
Right.
Another is that you are in a relaxed state. You're not encumbered with jewelry and clothes and dirt and all this stuff. Another major reason is because traveling during the day is difficult for them with the chaotic electromagnetic fields. Oh, there she goes.
There she goes. Electromagnetic interference from the sun as well. Yeah.
So they can come at night because their ships can slide in easily.
Right.
Are perhaps less exposed. And are able to maneuver in ways that are much safer for them.
Right.
Because UFO crashes do happen. They are not perfect. They are people.
Right.
So these are the reasons, according to Dolly, why they often will come at night.
Well, note to self then. Have a nap during the day.
People do have encounters at day. They absolutely do.
Yeah. Yeah, you read about them. They're there. I thought maybe it was a light thing at first. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe I just need to get on a big property so it's a little less,
One guy, there's a case from Barbara Lamb, which I thought was interesting, where a guy was in his living room napping. This was early evening, but the ETs showed up and they started rifling through his bathroom and looking at all the medication. Like, what's this for? What's this for? and they came to help his knee because he had been having knee problems. But it just shows this human aspect to them.
Right.
People think of them as being so different from us. They're not that different. They're really not.
Right.
They do express humor.
Right.
They do have a lot of the same emotions we do, perhaps not, the greed and the fear and the corruption and the jealousy and the despair.
Mm-hmm. Adrian asks Dolly, do they have rules of the road in space to prevent accidents? That's a good question. Dolly, that one is for you. Do they have rules of the road in space to prevent accidents?
I do know that she says learning to fly was quite a bit about that. Learning how electromagnetic fields work, learning how to maneuver with other pilots. And she says that when they were learning, each of the pilots was telepathically in rapport with each other.
Right.
So if one pilot learned one thing, everyone was learning it.
Right. And because they're all tuned into the same frequency, I suppose.
Telepathy is a real thing. When Dolly's at home, she is talking to Talata like you and I are talking now.
Right.
And I don't know if you've ever experienced telepathy, but I have on a few occasions.
Yeah, once in a while.
With Dolly, I have. With my sister-in-law, Christine Kisara, the artist of the book.
Right.
With in OBEs, I certainly have.
Right.
Boy, once I had this awesome OBE, and I'm talking with these people, and I woke up in bed. I'm like, wow, that was the greatest OBE. And they started talking to me in my head. They're like, why did you contact us?
Right.
I'm like, oh my God, they're talking to me in my head. That was amazing. I'm like, well, I just wanted to learn. I was really hoping to learn.
It really makes you think twice about what you're thinking about, right? No naughty thoughts. It's like not what you need.
Yes, and you might not think you are telepathic, but you are. Because what we have done with our minds is we've compartmentalized them. You are conscious at night, whether you remember it or not. You are conscious in your subconscious, in your superconscious. So when someone is thinking, you hear them subconsciously. And this is the basis of language.
Yes.
Which is largely telepathic. Because really it's just kind of blah, 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 nonsense syllables that we have assigned meaning to. Right.
But they're fairly patient, I find. Like, I mean, in my case, I've got equipment, things they come through and speak, but I'll say something, they'll say, this, stop it, this. And I'll ask a question that I'm also like, I'll think about first, and you hear this, like, these little clicks going on and like communicating by thinking, what's wrong with her? Why are we doing this to a box? Whatever it is. But they're very tolerant, I find, as well. Like, they're tolerant teachers.
Yeah. Yep. I think I see that in a lot of cases. Yep. You know this. You've been here before. You
stop it.
Don't you
stop
remember?
I know. I'm like, no. If I remembered, I wouldn't be asking. Quit scrubbing my brain. That's the problem. My memory's getting worse because of it.
That's why we need to, drink clean water, and and don't eat fatty, sugary, preservative-filled foods.
Yeah, that makes it really hard sometimes when you have life on the go. I agree with Michael on this when he says that they've replaced their toothpaste and mouthwash with non-fluoride because it does calcify the pineal gland. I use charcoal, charcoal toothpaste like forever because that is just one thing. You have to watch the food that you eat. The box. Yes, good analysis. There we go. See? They're very patient with me. That's all I'm going to say. So I agree with you. The refined foods, everything that probably put us in the state of almost like psychosis that we're all in now.
Yeah, more people are dying of overdoses from prescription drugs than illegal drugs.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
problem.
that is a problem. Yeah.
I mean, what is going on here? Why are they feeding us so many of these? God, I don't even want to get into those commercials. They're
Yes, I know.
horrifying.
Plug, plug.
How many side effects can there be? Oh my God.
The side effects are worse than the issue you're trying to fix.
So yeah, we really need to move towards
Healthy
cleaning,
lifestyle.
yeah, thinking right. They're very Buddhist in their beliefs, the ETs. Very,
Okay, that's interesting.
right thinking, right way, middle of the road, tolerance. Because people, it's one of the questions Dolly gets asked a lot when she's on board and people are taken on board. And we're like, do you believe in God? She says that's one of the main questions that ETs are asked.
Right.
And they are very responsive to a person's belief system and will not, violate your belief system, but will work with you. But they don't believe in the Christian, man with a beard sitting on a throne,
right,
ordering people around type of
it's
thing.
a man-made thing, right?
As Dolly says, they believe in the all mind.
Right.
And then the universe itself has a level of consciousness to it.
Right.
And they are very nerdy people, she says. They're all about the pursuit of knowledge.
Right.
And sort of philosophy and science comes together for them, which is true with quantum physics, and I think mysticism. We see that coming together here on Earth in schools of thought. And I think that's how the ETs are. They're very moral, ethical, spiritual, mystical, scientific people.
Right. I like how you keep saying people, because I think that it's such a misconception when you hear it, or like that, like they just don't. They're
the creature.
Creature. They're dehumanized.
Yeah, I remember when I'd interview Dolly, I'd sometimes get really confused. I'm like, you're going to have to use better pronouns. Are you talking about the ETs now? Or are you talking about the people? And I would have that with other contactees. I'm like, you keep saying the man. Is the man the gray? She's like, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't look at them as grays. I look at them as people.
Right.
I'm like, okay, I get that now.
So it's reframing. You had to reframe even like your thought. Like I'm reframing it now, just trying to be like, no, you're right. You're right. They're humanoids. They're people. Him, her.
Yeah. One lady came into her house and there were the grays. And one of them was dressed up in a pinstripe suit.
That's so cool. I love it. So hip.
and I had to laugh because Whitley Strieber reported that. I know of other cases. And I'm like, why do you think they did that? She says, well, I'm pretty sure they did it to reduce the fear factor, to make me look at them as people, as sort of a sense of humor.
Right.
And she says it worked beautifully. She says she laughed out loud when she saw it. It freaked Whitley Strieber out when he first saw it. He's like, ah!
It's like, stop it.
He described that, but so yeah, it's all about just moving past the fear, right? And that's how we can begin to see them as who they really are.
So out of this experience, Dolly, where do you go from here with something like this? Like, where do you guys go? Is it going to be a part 2 to this book? Is there going to be, because the journey continues,
Yes, I would really like to write another book because every time I talk to Dolly, she tells me something new. And then I get really angry. I'm like, why didn't you tell me that? I could have put that in the book. I remember one thing she recently told me. She's like, because we were talking about how they scoop up animals. And it's like, oh yeah, in the late 1970s, we were scooping up all kinds of species that were going extinct. I'm like, oh shoot, I don't know if we even really got too deeply into that.
Is that why they're actually gone now?
No, it's our own fault.
No, I'm just saying, like,
every day.
Yeah.
Well, one lady from Australia, contactee, says, I saw them taking the koalas when there was that huge wildfire that swept through Australia.
Wow.
And decimated the koala population. Well, not as badly as you might think, because they came down and scooped up those fuzzy little cute koala bears.
Right.
So they are doing that.
Right. Now, do you guys bring them back? Because you know how all of a sudden there's sightings of, let's say, what is that? That even I'm trying to think. I'm tongue-tied. That animal that came back in Australia. What is it? The Tasmanian tiger, was it? Or
Tasmanian devil?
no, like there was one that was pretty much extinct. They thought here, and then all of a sudden they just started seeing him again. We're like, oh, so it was just hiding all this time.
Yeah.
It's a curiosity.
Exactly. And this is why people, that keeps happening. The coelacanth, they thought that was extinct.
Right.
And people, and I know this is just crazy, but people are actually reporting, gosh, I hate to say this because I don't even know what I think about it, but pterodactyls.
It's true. I've been reading the same thing.
I don't know. Oh my gosh. I remember hearing about a case from California. I'm like, I don't know. No. And then I heard about a bunch of cases from Arizona.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh. And then I found another one in New Mexico. I'm like,
so where are they coming from? Portals or are they just being dropped off again?
I don't know. Maybe they've always been here.
Yeah.
I tend to think that there's something to what you're saying, that they will, reintroduce species.
Yeah.
And like Dolly just mentioned a few lines ago, nothing is going to go extinct.
That's what she says. They will not allow extinction. But if you see us abusing an animal, would you actually bring it back? Thinking, maybe we've evolved? We seem to be getting worse.
I don't know. I think we're getting better, because I think we've seen a lot of progress in human rights. With the way we're treating the environment. We are getting better.
Maybe in some ways. We still treat each other pretty crappy.
Yeah, but look at how awful it was in the Middle Ages.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. Work with me. No, but I agree.
No, I'm telling you, if you fell overboard on a ship, they did not stop for you. They did not. We will stop for you now.
Right. Throw my life preserver. Go for it.
You know how they treated sailors? The water you drank was the captain's bath water. They don't do that now.
Thank God. Right.
People have rights. We are actually learning.
Right.
And woman used to be property, considered property.
Right.
It's not that way anymore.
But do you think we have respect for hold on here. Do you think we have respect for wildlife more now than we did before?
I think, yes.
Yeah.
I really think we do. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too little too late, because our planet is now in such dire straits.
Right.
And as Dolly says, we are in the time of gathering.
Yeah.
And
shit will hit the Yep. They will be brought back later.
Yep, which is awesome. So this is what the ETs do. They're gardeners. They are collectors. They are guides. They watch over planets, and each planet goes through a life cycle. This is a natural thing. This is not, doom and gloom. This is good news for us. Yes, the shit's going to hit the fan, but you know what? Now we won't have to deal with being enslaved, being corrupted, being poisoned, being lied to. We can go to another planet and live the way we are supposed to live, in love, in harmony. And we don't have to live this way. This is great news for us. And even if, there is a large loss of life, don't worry about it. You can come back in a new body.
Just somewhere else, because of the way they're going, I don't think there's going to be much left here the way they're talking, Dolly, what off-planet animal impressed you, and could you touch it?
I asked her quite a bit about this.
And
she saw dinosaur-like animals. She saw bulls. We have bulls, Gower bulls on our planet. Right. She says they reach 4 times the size on other planets. They are dinosaur big.
Jeepers.
Imagine.
That's what she says. I love egg layers and bulls. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, dinosaur-wise,
She
for
says
sure.
the birds on the tree planet are phantasmagorical.
Right.
Giant hummingbirds and birds with
Oh,
huge wingspans and chickens that are 3 feet tall and
giraffe.
yes, giraffes, she says, does not evolve on this planet. And
Oh,
I found that really fascinating because when I was in school, there was all kinds of arguments about how giraffes evolved. There's the Lamarckian theory that they stretch their necks.
right. That's a
And
Dr. Seuss thing. Right. Yeah.
and if I remember thinking about evolution when I was just a kid, thinking, okay, you're telling me that in 60 million years we have everything from peacocks to elephants and giraffes, all from this little lemur? This doesn't make any sense.
No.
I actually charted it out. Okay, let's divide this up 1 million years.
I know. It's like,
So yeah, life did not evolve like people think it is. Evolution is obviously, there's truth to it. We see things evolve. Things do evolve, but humans did not evolve on this planet like people think it did.
So we get dropped off, animals get dropped off, and some beings from here, animals from here, end up on other planets. So we could technically end up someplace where we'll recognize maybe some of these animals or other people that we've had here.
100%. Yep.
Wow.
Dolly says that, yeah, there are pine trees on other planets. There are ferns. There are fish. She went to a water world. She says it was so cool because the oxygen there was amazing. And she says they took her diving, gave her the equipment, her and a group of other children. And she says it was like being dropped into an aquarium that was thick with fish. You could not turn around and not see all these beautiful fish of all kinds. And they gave her a little bracelet to keep away the man-eaters.
Nice.
So she wouldn't get chomped up by some shark.
So they do have man-eaters on other planets. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Dolly would go running off and they're like, stop! That flower is poisonous.
Wow.
You will kill yourself. You can't go running off willy-nilly. Stay with the group.
Even
Dolly, she will go running off.
Right.
She's an adventurer.
Whether it's this planet or another one, right? Yeah, she says, we learned to study nature. I love that. I do.
Yeah.
I love that a lot. So,
they are absolutely, I won't use the word worshipers, but hold nature sacred.
right.
And that's what they're all about. And that's what their huge mission is with us. They absolutely love and respect us and animals and nature. And this is why you see them picking leaves off of someone's split leaf philodendron. Got a case of that. It was so funny. They just stripped the plant bare.
Yeah.
All
right.
Why they are taking soil samples and scooping fish from lakes.
I've seen that, and I've heard stories of them taking water and fish and things like that. That's very interesting.
One lady wrote her book. It's called The Collectors.
Right.
So that's what they do.
Right.
So this is great news. We should be very happy that we have people watching over us. And this is the big secret behind the cover-up.
Right.
Because if people were to recognize that, well, they are people, they are like us, and we have neighbors and friends, the governments would lose control over enslaving the people. So yes, there is an alien threat. The alien threat is to the secret government's position of power. So they are absolutely not lying when they say there's an alien threat. It's to their jobs. It's to their ability to control us.
To their ability to control us.
Them.
Right.
So, and I'll speak to them directly. Do the right thing. It's not too late.
Right.
Choose love. It's never too late.
So what happens to those who don't? Like if everything goes to hell in a handbag theory, and there are rescues that are going to come in and assist people theory, what happens to the naysayers? What happens to all these these, I'm just going to call them these naughty people, what happens to them? Do they stay behind and everybody else goes? How does that work?
Well, according to Dahlia, everyone will be given a choice,
Right.
regardless.
Right.
Everyone will be given a choice to change.
Mm-hmm.
But they have already pretty much said, no, we're not changing.
Is there a point of no return?
Yeah,
So-
they will be allowed
Right.
to stay. If you don't want to go, if you're too scared, if you're just not there, fine. You will be allowed to shed this body. There's no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
They will respect your decision. And no, they're not going to take them
Right.
because they have made that choice that they don't want to go. They want to,
Mm-hmm.
they know what they want to do, but I think they're wrong about it. I think they should stop trying to
Right.
hurt people, stop trying to take people's money,
Right.
stop trying to starve people, stop trying to poison people. Do the right thing.
Yeah, people just, the more you have, the more you want. Michael says, my sleep journal shows I'm still working through my barriers, but my view of the future is not bleak, or a bleak view I once held. That's good.
I, for one, am so excited. I'm a huge fan of science fiction.
Right.
I was already kind of into aliens before well, not really, I didn't believe in them, but
Right.
we are going to be living a science fiction future. It's
Mhm.
awesome. Can you imagine what it's going to be like
Mm-hmm.
to be taken to another world,
Right.
to meet an advanced being who is absolutely eons ahead of us,
Mm-hmm.
to be openly psychic with everyone around you,
Right.
to not have to worry about lies. It's going to
Right.
be so much fun.
Right.
Oh, I
Yeah.
just can't wait. Our future is awesome. Yeah, we might have to leave this planet. We might have to deal with some real problems,
Mm-hmm.
but boy, it's going to be exciting.
I've heard people say that this is going to be the best time. You just look around you. I guess people are probably, so there's going to be some people listening to this going, what, is this guy new? What's he talking about? There's a war going on over here. There's poverty. Government's going crazy. There's a pandemic.
There's always been a war.
Yeah.
There is. Look at the Spanish Inquisition. You
Yes.
think life was easy then? Life is a lot easier now than it's
Right.
ever been.
Right.
People have the ability to travel the globe. We have access to an enormous variety of foods.
Right.
We have access to an incredible amount of knowledge. We have access to incredible spiritual wisdom. It is far, far better than it's ever been.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I
agree. I think every generation has had a war. Every generation has had a pandemic. It's a cycle that keeps going around, which means somehow we need to break some of these cycles. Some of these cycles we do have control over, and it is up to us to break them. You can't fix the ones that you don't have control over, but you certainly can fix the ones that you do have control over.
Yeah,
right?
Let's count our blessings. Yeah, life on earth is hard. We all know it. That's obvious.
Dolly, Talera taught me that we should not use the stinking thinking. I definitely need to know what the hell that means. So, what is the stinking thinking, Dolly? Elaborate on that one before we close off.
Yeah, she talks about that, which is basically being positive.
Right.
And facing truth.
Right.
Don't believe the lies.
Right.
Don't live in fear.
Right.
You are here to have fun. You are here to learn. You are here to live your life.
Right. So change the outcome one person at a time. So before we close off, this is a part where you promote yourself. This is the part where you want to get everybody over to this amazing book. I was one of the first to find it, just saying. I got this like day one. So here we go. Here it is.
Yeah. Thanks,
it?
Michelle. Yeah,
You're
it's doing
welcome.
really well, by the way. It's an Amazon bestseller. I'm super excited.
Congratulations. Look at this.
It's got an important message. I think it's probably got a more accurate view of the whole contact experience than a lot of books out there.
And for you picture people, there's pictures as well. So There's lots of pictures. There we go.
Yeah, Dolly drew pictures of the ETs, the little AI grays, the tall grays.
So
her main contact, Mama.
we know about Mama.
What the inside of the ship looks like, and yes,
yeah,
they agreed to give her photographs and moving films. By the way, she does have a YouTube channel. And you can see some of her moving
films. You need
films
to send
there.
me an invite to that, because I don't know if you're under some funky name or something, but I will definitely go and like it up. So basically the book, which is Symmetry, a True UFO Adventure, almost should have a little catchphrase in there saying, message of hope.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Dolly's into the book coming. Get at it.
I know.
Because for everything you're saying, this is just really is about messages of hope.
Yep, that's why she put out the book.
Mama loves Michelle. Thank you, Dolly. Michelle loves Mama right back. Yeah. So I think that's fantastic. So they can find the book on Amazon. Yep. Your website is posted. But why don't you just, for those who aren't seeing and are only listening, what's your website? How can they find you? What you got coming up?
Just punch in my name. It should take you there. It's PrestonDennett.weebly.com.
Right.
And yep, I'm on Twitter.
Right.
And occasionally on Instagram and Facebook, of course. And
yes.
I do have a YouTube channel where I'm putting out info.
Mm-hmm.
And love doing shows like yours, Michelle. It's one of my faves.
Yay, good, because you're coming back. I'm glad you're actually having a good time.
Always. Are you kidding?
Thank you. Thank you. You always have an open door policy. You know that, right?
Oh, shucks. Thank you.
No, you're very welcome.
I appreciate it.
You say, I need to be on the show. I've got something up. Okay. Or I just want to hang out. Okay. So we can do that. So this is awesome. I love it. And thank you so much always for joining us. Thanks to Dolly, who's been really hot and heavy in the chat room and right along in there, keeping everything up. And here's lastly, thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Preston. Kylie sends love.
Oh, thank you, Kylie. Thank you, Michael.
I know, that's awesome. And Dolly says, I love Preston, who is awesome. Who doesn't love Preston? That's all I'm going to say. So,
shucks. I love you too, Dolly.
Every time I hear it, I want to break out in song. I'm just saying. So thanks to everybody who's tuning in. And Preston, thank you so much. And I will be in touch with you. And we will definitely do this again soon, July, actually. For you people who are waiting to see when Preston's coming back, Preston is back on July the 6th.
Awesome.
All right. I love that. All right. All right, darling. So thank you very much, and we will be in touch soon.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. Well, here we go. That was a fantastic segment. So huge thank you to Preston. Thank you to Folgers Coffee. Thank you to Justin Snicker. Remember, stop by. Pretty much everything we're on, man. Subscribe to International Public Radio, UFO Paranormal Radio. Subscribe to UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials. Heck, go love us up on the Outer Realm Facebook. Don't forget about us. Where we keep that page really good. Amelia's like right on that. If you need to contact us, please do so at the outerrealmcontact@gmail.com. The outerrealmcontact@gmail.com. Next week brings 2 more amazing guests. Never been on the show before. We've got Lindsay, I hope I'm going to say this right, Lindsay Sherman, and she's going to be talking about dream walking, shamanic experiences, and attachments next Wednesday. Thursday evening, we will welcome, obviously for the first time, Kevin Randall to the show. He's a retired lieutenant colonel who's in the U.S. Air Force, and he's going to be discussing UFOs in Texas. Well documented. This guy is just like amazing. And you're welcome, Dolly. I love you too. Bye, Janie. Bye, Justin, Adrian, everybody, Tamara. Bye, Wayne, Michael. But anyway, until then, Amelia and I do thank you guys, on behalf of both of us for tuning into the show. Everyone in chat, please have a wonderful and safe Easter weekend, and we will see you all next week. Good night.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network 105.3 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who've been with us from day one, thankfully, hence all the good content you guys are getting. Remember to go grab yours. Anyway, big thank you also to Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, for his amazing contribution of time and music for the intro and outro. He is an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, dark wave electronic music. So you got a little drawl going on there. Dr. Snick's music is available everywhere where good music is found. Bandcamp, Spotify, iTunes, Amazon, you name it, it's there. So go and check him out. Tonight, we welcome back Reverend Peter Panagore. And he's going to be picking up basically where he left off on his last segment in December, discussing his very extraordinary NDE experience. So you have to sit tight for that. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, we are on all 8 of our usual platforms, which are, let me peck them all off for you, UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials, UFO Paranormal Radio, Facebook, UFO Paranormal Radio, United Public Radio, Outer Realm, of course, News on the Flip Side, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, and of course, Canada's Most Haunted, Michelle DeRoche, being moi. So go and check that out. While you're there, subscribe to everything. Just like freaking like everything up, join it. And if you see it and there's something to freaking join, do it. It saves me going into
look for your invitations to
gosh dang it.
To the new one.
There we go. So a lot of people chiming in. Wayne, Jessica, Bradley, Adriana, Janie. Holy crap, this is great.
Hi, everybody in Romper Room.
I know. Did you say Romper Room? It's like, wow, kids are home. Kids are home. All right.
Just aged myself.
Yeah, and me. Thanks for that.
You didn't have to say anything. You just went
yourself, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. See, because it's that one stupid brain thing. So sometimes it goes the wrong direction.
I know. It can be pretty frightening.
Especially if she's following me.
Oh my God. Scary.
No filter.
Oh gosh. So I am going to be sending the link off to Peter shortly. Do you want to go over his bio?
Yes. I just have it on my phone because
where's the magic mirror? I don't know, Wayne.
I don't have
with the big 7 foot by 4 foot by 4 inch.
It's right here.
But when you have to strap in and bring it on your back, that magic mirror? I don't know.
I have 3. It's right here. Mirror. Wow. Yes, I just have it. Sorry, I'm under the weather, so like today is just crazy. But I'm here. Reverend Peter Panagore, and I want to call him Panagore, you know that.
Of course you
do. I have to. Yeah. You know, it was recruited to TV as the 5th minister of America's oldest religious broadcast. Peter's 2-minute spot aired for 15 years just before the morning weather on News Center Maine on 2 NBC stations, reaching 80,000 viewers a day. Previously, Peter served in New England as a United Church of Christ minister. His Audible bestseller, Heaven is Beautiful, has been optioned for a film. His first book, 2 Minutes for God, is a non-denominational devotional drawn from his 1700 TV stories. That's right, 1,700 TV stories. He's working on his third book, built around his talk, and provides mentoring to spiritual seekers worldwide.
Oh, well, we'll just wait for him to chime in. I know
Sure.
the last show did really well, and I really got a lot of good feedback on it, just because his NDE was like pretty extraordinary. You know, what
Yeah.
a story. And God, that was quick. There he is. Hello. How are you?
Hi. How are you, Peter?
Michelle. Hi,
How are
Amelia.
you?
Thank you. I'm well,
Hi.
thank you.
Good.
Good. We were just talking about all the amazing feedback we got from the last show because people were so touched by your experience. So I thought, wow, that was really great. We knew pretty early on that you had to come back. So
Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you for
our
being
pleasure.
here.
Yes, our pleasure. Where I think we should start, but you know, I'm not the
This
guest.
is your show. I want to hear what you want.
No, technically, we always sort of make it about our guests being like, it's your show for a couple of hours. We just chime in every now and then. So, you know, but I'd like to recap a little bit just for those who couldn't tune in and who had questions that maybe we didn't get to. And it gives them the opportunity to sort of come back in and do that. And then we can go from there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Stage is yours.
Can I ask you before we begin, can you hear the frogs?
Can we hear the
Yes.
frogs?
Yes.
Okay. I can't turn them down. I've got
That's
them
okay.
as contained as I can. I live in a...
No, it's okay.
That's
Okay.
okay. We like the frogs.
I had to tap in to hear it though, because you had to tell me. I didn't know.
That's
Okay, good.
good.
I have a
That's good.
cold. I can't hear anything.
She's fuzzy-headed. Don't worry.
Fuzzy,
She'll
oh,
keep up. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Stage is yours.
Well, thanks for having me here tonight. And
Pleasure.
so I'm going to give you a quick recap on what happened, maybe 20 minutes or so or less.
Yeah.
Back in 1980, I was a college student, and I didn't want to go back to my family's home in Boston for spring break. And so I found a fellow who could go ice climbing with me and snow caving. And just to let the new listeners know, this is not the first time I was winter camping. I'd been a winter guy my whole life, and a lot of climbing, a lot of backpacking, a lot of skiing, a lot of outdoor stuff, hockey, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a winter guy, and I'd been snow caving, never, but I'd been backcountry skiing.
You sound like me, never. And the one time you go.
Right, I know. It's like, but the snow caving part was really great. We had some troubles, but it was really great. The ice climbing part, the one-day ice climbing part, that was really what the problem was. And I had never ice climbed before. I'd done a lot of technical climbing, but ice climbing is a little different. Is for one thing, it's really, really cold out, and that's the largest danger that there is. That and falling ice, but it's actually a pretty safe sport. You hardly ever read about anybody falling or dying from ice climbing, unless it makes like international news. They're lost on Kilimanjaro or something. You know?
Yeah, I could see somebody dying ice climbing though.
Well,
Especially if the icicles are like,
the fact that it doesn't happen more, we don't hear about it, is amazing to me.
Maybe people don't know that their people are out there, because I mean, you think of how many people have died from icicles on their own eavesdrop at home.
Well, that is totally true.
Falling in the spring. Yeah.
Yep, that's totally true. We knock all the icicles down where I live.
Yeah.
If they're near the door. So I made a mistake to begin with. I climbed with an axe and I climbed with a hammer, and a hammer is significantly smaller than an axe. And what that means is, what it means is that I made a huge mistake, because you're supposed to have two axes. And if you use two axes, they have straps on them so that you don't drop them. So you can dangle it down, and you don't, because you don't want to lose your axe when you're climbing. But the other thing about the strap is you can set the axe in the ice and then let go of the axe and just kind of spread your hand and dangle on it to rest your muscles. But you can't do that with the hammer. The hammer, you've got to grip it the entire time, because the strap is at the bottom. And although you can't drop it because it has a strap on it, you can't rest. And because I couldn't rest my forearms, they got burned out really fast. And so there was a 500 or 600 foot climb, and it was pretty apparent shortly after we began that I was going to be climbing slower than everybody else. There were other teams on the ice. So I made this ascent. It took me longer than everybody else. My partner, who's a certified ice lead climber, by the time we got to the top of the climb, the sun was setting and all the other teams were leaving. Now, this was a bad scenario because we are a day's drive from the Arctic Circle, and it's March, and there's 10 feet of snow on the ground. I'm in Western Canada in the Rocky Mountains. It's very, very cold as soon as the sun goes down. We didn't have extra water or food or anything to keep us warm because nobody did. I mean, this is nobody carried that up because it's a day climb. And so we were immediately in trouble. Sun goes down, hypothermia sets in. I'm telling this really rapidly. What I'm not conveying to very clearly is the terror of the situation.
Yeah, and please do that. You're not at any time limit. You're welcome to.
Okay, because it was terrifying. It was, we knew. Okay, let me set up the scene a little bit. I've been on the National Ski Patrol since I was a sophomore in high school, and I was working at this particular mountain in Bozeman, Montana this year as a volunteer. And because it was so cold, I got retrained in hypothermia and frostbite. So this is like in the top of my
Montana, yeah.
I knew exactly what was going on, and I knew I can look down. It's 500 or 600 feet down. There's about a 10,000 foot mountain above us. We're on a ledge, and we have to traverse in the dark and rappel down in the dark 3 rappels in order to save ourselves. And it's a long way down, and it's a very difficult thing to do. And so we didn't panic. We were both very level-headed, but the terror that built through the night was traumatic in such a way that I didn't get over it till 2016 when I went back to the same place and faced my fears. It wasn't. I've never been afraid of dying ever since I died. But I had terror that was, when you have trauma, it sets inside of you and it kind of camps there and it stays there. And oh yeah, exactly. And it kind of filters everything. Yeah. So here we are. Now they get a little background. We're sitting on the ledge. Tim hauls up the rope. It's about a 300-foot rope, you climb with a double line. So we have a lot of extra line to make sure that we had enough line to make each pitch. So it's like 300 feet. It ends up in this huge knot. Sun goes down. Temperature drops. Immediately, every single muscle in my body starts to twitch independently. And I like to describe it as all of my muscles are independent pistons, and they're all firing at their own rate. And so my whole body is this huge mass of uncontrollable, quivering muscles with a clattering jaw. And I had to take off my gloves to untie this 300-foot knot in the dark, and started getting frostbite immediately. And Tim and I were level-headed enough to recognize the situation that we were in, and we knew that we were going to die. It was clear to us that death was what was going to happen, and either we were going to die where we were, trying to stay warm by cuddling together, or we were going to die trying to get off the mountain. And we decided that we were going to try to get off the mountain, even though it was dark.
Right. Which is really risky on your part, especially when you're barely, hanging on.
Well, and it got worse through the night because as hypothermia advances, your brain freezes. The brain begins to stop functioning well, and we started making poor decisions. And we lose coordination. That's another thing that happens. You can't really control your body anymore. First of all, it's shivering like this, and you're trying to walk. And you're losing your coordination, and your eyeballs freeze, and your lips freeze, and your fingers freeze, and your feet become blocks of ice. My feet became blocks of ice. I'm putting this in the second person, but really, I'm talking about me.
Right.
So we untangle this rope. We decide that we have to get down. So we rope off with each other, so that if one falls, the other one can maybe save them. And we traverse in the dark across this ledge, and we get to the first rappel, and we make a mistake because our brains aren't functioning well. Instead of doing what we should do, which was to take the rope and not put it directly around the tree for the rappel, but to put a piece of webbing around the tree and then run the rope through the webbing, because then you could pull it down right through the nylon to nylon. We didn't do that. So by the time we reached the bottom of the next rappel, the rope had frozen to the tree. And what that meant was that we couldn't get it loose. And so now we're 150 feet down from where we were, and the snow is up to our knees, and we lost our coordination. We're losing our ability to think, and the rope froze to the tree. And with both of our weight pulling on the rope, we couldn't get it free. And this is hours, so we're hours into this now, and we had a decision. We made a decision early on that we would only talk as minimally as possible, because every word that we spoke dropped our energy meter, because we didn't have any food, we didn't have any water. We could eat snow, but we did eat some snow, but it's not enough to sustain you. So we just kept declining and declining and declining, and our decision making got worse and worse and worse. And so Tim decided to reascend the rope, like up the rope, in order to get it free. He used these particular kind of hitches called Persic hitches, which are they're like knots, bends, and hitches are things you make with ropes. Right. And hitches are based on friction. So if you ever tied up a boat at a dock, it's a hitch, because the line is always pulling against the boat and the line are always pulling against the dock, so it doesn't come undone. The same thing works with this Persic hitch. And you tie one around one side of the rope, because this big loop. You tie the other one on the other side with these long loops, so that you can put a foot in one and a foot in the other and hold on to the hitches. And I wrapped the main line around my waist, and I made it as taut as possible to go vertically. And Tim began to ascend back up the rope without any protection, no safety lines, because there weren't any. So he got up maybe 10 or 20 feet, and the rope came free, and he fell down, and he landed in the snow, and he didn't get hurt, but the rope came free. I'm telling this very rapidly.
That's okay. At your pace.
Down. You have time. It's all yours.
You do.
Okay.
You do.
All right. And the reason why I said that is because all sorts of other things happened. Like every step that we took in the snow, we would fall. The snow's deep, okay, so it's hard to walk in the snow. But I've walked in a lot of snow in my life. But when you lose your coordination, you can't keep yourself up. And so we're not only on this ledge, we're not able to stay standing very well whenever anything kind of gets in our way. So we're falling over, we get the rope down. And at this point in the night, so this is hours and hours into it, the hyperthermia has advanced, our brains are freezing. It's hard to move our lips. Our lips are frozen. Eyeballs, I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but eyeballs freeze. And our eyeballs you can feel the cold inside your eye.
Yeah,
and
that stuck
true,
mold, like it almost feels dry, and you
kind of feeling it.
Yeah.
Talking about it's like God's. I don't even want to say it, get the drops.
So we're in this situation on this ledge, one rappel down, and a car drives by. So we're in the middle of Canada, in the middle of Western Canada. Nobody lives in this place. It's a provincial park, and a car drives by, and it just drives by. About half an hour later, a truck pulls down and pulls into the parking lot right across the street. So it's the Icefields Parkway. There's the Saskatchewan River. There's a parking lot. There's the Icefields Parkway, and then there's the walk into the climb. And it's not that far. And this pickup truck, we can see the headlights pull into the parking lot and turns around. And by now the moon had come up, so we have like a 3/4 moon. We can see in the dark a little bit better, and we think, oh my God, it's the warden. Because the night before, we had driven up to Jasper, which is further north, and bought a bunch of food. And by the time we got back to where we were going to camp, it was way too late and too dark. So we went to the warden's cabin, and we made a deal with him that if we cooked him dinner, he'd let us bunk in his place overnight.
Oh, a real
so we
Canadian.
cooked him. It was like, we made this deal. So we cooked him dinner, and we cleaned up, and he let us bunk. And the next morning, we signed into the log. Because whenever you go into a wilderness area anywhere, at least in North America, you sign in, you say where you're going, and you say when you're coming out, so they can find you in case something happens.
Right.
But we didn't sign out. So he came looking for us at some point after dark.
Yeah.
And so he flashes his lights. We jump up and down. We wave our arms. He flashes the lights. We know that he can see us. We're heartened by this. Like, oh my God, he knows we're here. We're not alone.
Hope.
We got hope. We got some more, oomph going for us. But meanwhile, the hyperthermia keeps advancing. We're still in a very difficult situation, and every step we take, our energy meter goes down. So we're always fighting against this How much energy do we have before we die? Can we? How do we expend that energy so we don't die before we run out of energy? It was this, and plus we're driving ourselves forward. I had this experience of willpower where I tapped into what I either alternately describe as my early mammalian mind or my reptilian mind, but this deep part of my brain where survival was the only thing that mattered. There was nothing. I became completely empty of everything else but survival. And I know Tim, my partner, climbing partner Tim, was in the same situation. So we drive ourselves with this great force against this impending doom to the next rappel. We get to the next rappel, and this one has an iron pin epoxied into the mountain with a ring on it, and it's in a kind of a craggy, rocky place in a shadow with an angle. So Tim descends down, and we're off the ice. We're on. You can hear the crampons on our feet click against the rock when we descend. Click, 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 click. So we get down. And Tim turns this corner, and he's standing on a ledge that's like the size of a boardroom table. And on the wall in front of him, I mean, it's maybe 4 feet deep, and are more iron pins. There's 2 iron pins epoxy to the mountain with rings, carabiners, straps, and carabiners so you can clip in. So Tim clips in. I come down around the corner behind him, and so I clip into the same thing. So now we're side by side, and for the first time in the night, we're not in danger of falling. But the ranger sees we're in this situation where one rappel up from the bottom, not far from our tent. So he flashes his light and he goes home to bed. We're like, see ya. We're gonna, we're thinking to ourselves, we'll be down in 5 minutes. It's like a 5-minute descent. But the problem is that as soon as I put the carabiner onto my harness, I took the rope that was attached to me. It was through like a figure 8, so it was attached to me, so I could slide with it. And I pull it out. I take one end, I tie it to the carabiner. I take the other end and I toss it out around the corner, so as the corner of the rock kind of turns, and so it dangles off, so I can pull it down through that eye ring at the top. And I yank this thing in one pull, not even like 6 inches, just pull it a little bit, and it jammed somewhere up in the dark around the corner, like like there was 2 rocks, and it laid between them, and it just tightened up. And so I gave it a stronger pull, and it just got even tighter. And because of the way that the mountain turned, I couldn't snap the line. You ever snap a line and kind of lift the line up from out of a snag? Well, I couldn't release the snag from around the corner because the rope was lying on the corner. So I couldn't descend back up. And now we know now we are alone. The warden is gone. We're in a worse situation than we've been in all night. The hypothermia continued to advance. It got colder and colder, and to the point where I got hot and zipped my coat, and I opened up my coat to let the heat let the heat out. And I remember thinking that I don't need my arms or feet. I just need my heart and my lungs and my brain, because it felt like all of the blood rushed from my extremities to keep my core warm.
Yeah, right? That's what happens even when you're in the ocean. If you're happen to fall off a cruise ship, just saying.
Somebody you know?
No. No, but I hear it's a good place to go missing.
So I unzip my coat, and I know better because I'm trained not to do this. But part of the problem with hyperthermia is that you become confused. And even though I knew rationally it was a mistake to do that, I didn't care because I was hot. And so I made into this irrational decision, and Tim yelled at me, "Zip up your coat." And I was like, "Yeah, F off. I'm not doing that. I'm too hot." And so I unzipped my coat, and my realization came that I was dying here, that this is it. I was not going to get out of this now. There's no one to rescue us. Nobody knows that we're here. The rope is stuck. We've been climbing now we started climbing early the morning before. So it might've been 15 or 18 hours by this point. It was a really long time. And night. Okay. So this is March, it's in northern Canada. Night is really long
It's
and very cold.
dark for a long time, and it's super, super cold.
Super cold.
Mountains. Wow.
And so I unzip my coat. I think to myself, oh, this is it. I'm gonna die here. And when I started thinking about that, I got a peace came over me. I kind of more like a resignation came over me. I gave up. And when I gave up, I remember looking out at the mountain that was right across the parkway, and it's beautiful. There was 10 million stars in the sky of every single color imaginable. And so much so, and there was so much light from the moon and the stars that we could actually see in color. And so it was just extraordinarily beautiful. And I started thinking about my parents. I started thinking about God. I was raised Catholic and Orthodox, and so I had a religious background, but I was also I was a natural born mystic. I had mystical experiences when I was a kid, and so I had this relationship with the divine. But I regretted the whole situation because my sister, back when I was 14, had run away from home and had vanished from our lives and broke my poor mom for a decade. And because, when someone dies, even a child, you get to grieve and mourn and bury them. But when someone disappears,
there's no closure.
There's no closure.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
No, you don't know. You're always wondering.
Yep. And so, I mean, my mom would stand by the window every night when I was a kid, with the curtain pulled back in the dark in the dining room, looking down the street, crying every night. And we weren't allowed to talk to her about it because every time we talked about it, she cried. So there was like this prohibition from talking about it, but it was always this terror in the house. So, which is why I didn't go home. I didn't want to be in that environment anymore. But so here I am thinking, I'm gonna end up taking another child from my parents. This is the one thing I didn't want to have happen is the thing that is going to happen. And so I start thinking about this, and then I begin to fall asleep. And when I would fall asleep, it was like someone would just flick off the switch. I'd fall asleep. I'd collapse to the rock, smack my head with the helmet, wake up, stand up, pull on the rope until the exhaustion overtook me. And then, like that, I would black out, fall down, get up, pull on the rope. And that process of falling asleep repeated itself. And then I stood up this last time, and as I stood up, I had this peripheral vision, like a black circle around my entire vision. And I'd never seen that before. And it rapidly closed, and I would move with my head because I was looking around with it like, what is this thing going on? And it collapsed like this. And as it got smaller and smaller and smaller, I thought, I'm just going to die very quietly. I'm just going to pass out and be quiet. And when it went to dark, I didn't pass out. It went to dark, and all of my pain stopped, and I was still awake. But I was darkness. I had consciousness, but I couldn't see anything. And I was confused because I didn't understand why I still had consciousness or what was going on or why I didn't have any more pain. And then the darkness sort of expanded in front of me. And this all happened very rapidly. It expanded into an infinite darkness that oddly I could see in the darkness. So it was pitch black, but I could see that it had depth and distance, and way far, far, far in the distance, 10,000 light years away, like a little tiny star appeared, a single star, one little tiny bit of light, and it popped into existence, and then it rushed toward me at faster than the speed of light, covering this entire distance in a moment. And as it came toward me, it expanded and filled my horizon, so everything became the entity itself. And as it came to me, it spoke to me telepathically, non-linguistically, like a download of direct information. And the information was, you're coming with me, I'm taking you. And my response was, no, I'm not going anywhere.
No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
I put up all of my, because I didn't know what was going on. I said, what is this? I don't know what this is, but I'm not going anywhere.
Right. You're going into the empty, like on Supernatural.
Yeah,
It's that black, right?
Yeah.
And so I put up all my willpower, because I had developed this incredible willpower through the night, driving myself forward. I have never in my life ever gotten to the level of the drive that I had that night. I have like this excess drive in my life now. One of the side effects of this whole thing is that I have all of this willpower to drive myself forward. And so I took all of that willpower and I put it up like a shield, like, and when I put up this shield, it reached through as if it was non-existent. Like just took me. And as it took me, I was still resistant, but as soon as it engulfed me, it pulled me inside itself. And it was like this extraordinarily large entity of light. And it was communicating to me. And as soon as I was inside of it like a rag doll, but I wasn't a physical body anymore. And people talk about the silver cord. I've had experience with the silver cord before that connects the body to the soul, and other mystical experiences prior to this. There was no silver cord here. This thing was severed, and I was inside of this entity that was feeding me, speaking to me, love, comfort, compassion, power, like all powerful, and intelligence. Like it knew everything. And I lost all of my capacity for decision making. I had no agency. And I had these 2 points of view of vision. I was inside this entity, this being of light, this angel, and I could see out of my light body's eyes, and I could see through the angel into infinity in every direction. But also I was outside of the angel, outside of myself, and I don't know where I was. I was somehow the darkness itself, but I could see myself inside this entity, this being of light, and I could see the being of light. And so I had these 2 perspectives simultaneously. And I am inside of it, traveling at this phenomenal speed back to where it came from along the same trajectory. And we just fly this incredible speed, and I am just unable to do anything but to absorb the information that's being given to me. And then we get to this edge place, and at this edge place, the angel, this being, it either becomes all of heaven or it melds into part of heaven. But I sort of pop out of it, and it is. Its essence, because it's this weird thing where it's all power and all intelligence, this angel being, but it's not all powerful and all intelligent, because it's only a portion of this infinity.
Right.
And as big as it is in comparison to me, the infinity is infinite, infinitely powerful. And so I get popped out inside of this darkness, and this darkness extends. It's a deeper darkness than the first darkness I saw, which was, people describe the tunnel. My whole vision was this tunnel. Everything was this darkness. But in this new void, it's illuminated darkness. I'm inside of the body of the divine. And I know that I am myself again. I am no longer Peter. I know that I am and have always been this consciousness. I'm like a huge orb of intellect, my own intellect, my thinking and my feeling and my understanding are all one thing. My seeing is one thing. I can see in every direction at once, but it's not separate from my thinking about seeing. I'm seeing with my thought. Hard to describe. And so I can see in every direction, and I can see deep into this infinity, but I can't see infinity itself. So as far as the distance I can see, it is still further into perfection and the oneness of being into the infinite itself. And it's all illuminated. So it's emptiness and fullness. It's dark and it's light, and it's nothing. There are no things here. It is a place of no thingness. I am not a thing. There's no molecules here. I have no bones. I have no brain. There's no structure that I can identify with the reality that we're living in now. But I know that this is me, and this has always been me. And so I am this content entity with, I'm just content. I'm not afraid at all. I'm home. I'm myself. And as I'm floating in this ocean, this infinite ocean of divine self, a portal opens in front of me, like a white shimmering. I've been describing it these days as a waterfall, like a doorway opens, but it's this fluid, and it's 10 million colors. It's all the stars, all the colors of all of the stars in the sky, and a million more. And it's only white. It's both of these things at the same time. It's all color and it's white, and I can see its surface. It's shimmering. It's like it has a solidity to it, but it's translucent to me because I can see that it's a depth, and then it's transparent because I can see through it. And as I see through it, I see that there's a much longer tunnel there. And this light, it has gives me a compulsion. It is the most beautiful beauty I have ever seen anywhere ever, and I just want to touch it. And so I reached with my consciousness to touch this light, and it flowed into me. And as it flowed into me, all of these things happened at once in timelessness. So I describe it. I tell the story with purpose, sometimes in one chronology and sometimes in another chronology, because timelessness has no beginning and no end, has no front and no back. And so this flows into me, and as it flows into me, I know that I am known. I know that there is no part of my human life or my soul life that is unknown. I am naked in front of the divine being. And this divine being has no form. It has no gender. It has no religion. It has only intellect, beauty, love, compassion, knowledge. And it sees through me, and it's terrifying to have no places of hiding. I am so seen that I experience all of the pain that I gave away in my entire life to everybody in a sequence. And I knew that the divine had lived inside of me. I knew that the divine in my human life had witnessed, not like I'm watching Peter and taking notes over here, but like inside of me, experiencing every decision that I made. And so I made all these decisions that caused people pain. But I wasn't a terrible person. I was just, a 21-year-old guy who's, I was a good time guy. I liked having fun, and I did some bad stuff. And I did some good stuff, but
it's all part of your journey, though.
It's part of your journey. It's part of life.
It's part of life. And so, but I experienced all of the pain that I gave away to every single person in my life up to that point, from my childhood on, but from inside of their experience. So I was inside of them in the same way that the divine experienced my life. The divine is experiencing everybody's life. And so I'm now inside of, and I'm going to pick on my sister. I'm inside of my sister, who is my best friend. She was my best friend, but you hurt the ones you love. And so she was the one I hurt the most in my life. And so anytime that I was angry at her and I caused her pain, I was inside of her experience, feeling the pain that I caused her, but more than just the pain that I caused, a bumper on the nose or something, or a wrestler or whatever I was doing, or say hurtful words or whatever it was. I experienced her emotional response to it, all the chemical emotions, all of their thinking, all of her wounds. And it turned out that all of the wounds that I gave away were ginormous in comparison to what I thought they were. So I had this dual vision for the entire thing. I had my perspective, all of my reasoning for causing all the pain to all these people in sequence, and then I had to experience all of their pain that I gave them in sequence from their point of view. And this happened from beginning of my life up to the point in which I died. And it was tremendously painful, because it turned out that all of the pain that I gave away in life, I had actually given to myself. and I suffered all of this pain that I gave away, and I judged myself. So I went through a judgment, but the divine didn't judge me. The
Right.
divine, meanwhile, I'm in the presence, I'm in heaven, okay, for lack of a term, but the heaven is the body of the divine itself. And then the divine is right next to me, but I can't see it. But it's right next to me, and it's speaking next to me, and it's speaking inside of me, and it's saying, I know you, I love you, I've always known you. I have loved you as you were in every moment that you loved people and every moment that you hurt people. I have loved you no matter what. I love you, I love you, I love you. I
So it's
forgive you
unconditional love in its
completely.
truest form, basically.
I had to turn and accept it.
Mm.
I had to hear it. And so as I'm going through this unconditional forgiveness, I judge myself because I see my imperfection, I see my impurity, I see my limitation compared to perfection, unlimitedness, and the fullness of love. So my comparison, I'm not judged, but I judge myself in comparison to perfection. And also simultaneously, I see all of humanity. I see everybody who's alive, everybody who is alive. I see that I am exactly the same as them. That my actions in the world as a human being were no better or no worse than anybody else's. In comparison to the ultimate unlimited perfection. All of us fall short of the divine will, right? But the divine was speaking inside me saying, it's not your fault, I designed it this way.
Right.
I made this.
Yeah.
You're just living in it. I love you as you are. You're part of my creation. And all I needed to do was to listen to the voice of love through the ear of my heart, which is a metaphor here. Because all of the love that I'd given away in my life and all the love that had been given to me in my human life became my capacity to hear the voice speaking to me, I love you, I know you, I made you. And when I heard that, I turned toward it, and I described this experience as the purgative fire of divine love. So there's a purgation, there's a cleansing of me. I couldn't bring all of these human aspects of my life prevented me from entering into the fullness of the divine love. And once those were burned away from me, I could hear the divine voice offering forgiveness and love and mercy and kindness and charity and beauty and hope. And all I had to do was listen to it. And as soon as I listened to it, I became infilled with it. Once I heard it, I was infilled with it, and I expanded into this much larger being of light as it poured inside me. Once I accepted its love of beauty, knowledge, understanding, bliss, paradise, awe, joy, knowledge, all these things that we separate in human life, all the goodness, healing, wholeness, all were one thing, and expanded me into so large of a capacity where I was only in adoration, a state of worship, adoration, of the beauty of the divine itself, that any more that would have entered into me, I would have obliterated. It felt like I would have folded back into the divine self and no longer been a separate entity. And meanwhile, I also saw the origin of myself. I could hear the name of that called my soul into being, not which birthed me as a Peter, but bore my consciousness into existence eons and eons and eons ago. And I saw myself, I describe it as like a photon that's superpositions. It's a wave and a particle, and it's also inside the divine self and outside the divine self. It's made of the divine self and separate from the divine self. It's made of the same substance, and yet it's less than. And I saw the expanse of my soul over eons, how large I am, and all of the lives that I had lived, which were teeny tiny compared to the size of my consciousness. And I saw into a couple of my previous lives.
Right.
Not sure where one of them was and what reality it was. It wasn't here. I don't know where it was, but it wasn't Earth. And I could understand that I had an eternal nature. And then I kind of contracted. And when I contracted, I said, am I dead? And the voice said, yes, you're dead. And I said, well, I can't die now. And the voice said, well, it's your time to die. Come home. But why don't you want to die now? And I said, because my sister had vanished and my parents were broken and I didn't want to take another child. And as soon as I said that, and this is all telepathic and no language, I got swept across heaven to the edge of creation where our universe begins, and my head gets poked out through it, but I don't have a head. Okay, this is metaphorical. I can see into the universe. I can see all the galaxies. I see down to our galaxy, down to our solar system, down to our Earth, and I can see 7 billion people in live time doing 7 billion things. I mean, these aren't imaginary people. These are actual people living, doing there's wars going on, there's ships being launched, there's babies being born, there's people dying, there's murder and there's rape and there's beauty and there's ugly. Everything is going on. The whole world is, and I can see all of it all at once. And inside of every single human being, there is a divine golden light. And that golden light is invisible to everybody. There is a foam that covers the entire planet, and it's in between people. And whether they're making love to each other or killing each other, they can't fully see this light.
And you can't extinguish it.
No, and they can't. It's there. It's who they are.
I just before we get too ahead, because I want to address some of the comments because it pertains to what you were saying, Amelia. Sure. This is Jay from Austria.
Hello, JH. A friend of mine, my neighbor, had an accident and he was in hell. Yes, a near-death experience. What he saw was extreme only because everyone only ever sees the light. Believe me, he and more said hell exists.
And then I'm going to continue on because it says...
They saw people actually burning
and
they never did anything bad.
That's interesting.
I have a comment for that, but I'm going to wait.
Can I give a comment on it?
Of course you can. Yes. You're first.
No, we're going to budge you out of the way.
I had a long talk with somebody just yesterday who 20 years ago had a hell near death experience and didn't make it into the light. And he actually wasn't a bad person either. I mean, he's just a person. He died. And he got pulled back before he had a chance to continue his path, into the light. But he's lived in the light ever since. Right. So every day of his life, he still experiences the divine presence here, even though he didn't experience it there. That's one thing. And the other thing is that the people I know who've gone through hell, including myself, really all it took was just looking at the light. And that's really all it took was recognizing the presence of the light and giving up my own selfish attachment to myself.
That's what it was, the selflessness when you said, I don't want to leave them without a child. And it was right there in that moment.
But to even be presented with such a dark place, do you think it could even be something in a past life? Do you carry that karma all the way through?
I don't know about that.
Because you said you were being presented with lives you didn't know. Like, I wonder if it all rolls into one another,
That wasn't what I experienced. What I saw was that these other lives that I had lived or was living, because from my point of view, they were all simultaneous. I mean, I looked as my consciousness, I got to look inside live time in two of these lives, but they were this big,
right,
in comparison to the largesse of my soul.
Right.
So their influence in comparison to the light of myself, or their original nature of my being, was insignificant.
Right.
So one of the lessons that I took away from all of this is that I could. Lots of my people, my friends, my peers, are very interested in their past lives and in their karma. I don't really give a shit.
Nice. Just
Can I
tell
high
like it is,
five you
Peter.
over here?
Yeah,
We'll just do that right now. Yeah.
Because none of them
like
are
it.
me. None of them are
Right.
me, and that I'm not after trying to understand what I once was. I'm trying
Right.
to understand what I actually am, and what I actually am, what I'm trying to open myself up to in my entire life, this lifetime, is the divine light itself.
Right.
I'm much more interested in the pursuit of the oneness of being and
You
the
want to
light
evolve.
itself, which
Yes.
solves everything. It
Yes.
doesn't make my troubles go away, but it gives me a ground of being, a ground upon which I can stand in my life that is full of strength and compassion, kindness and humility, and I'm able to negotiate my world as a result from a single place.
Right.
Okay. If I could just give a comment to the health thing. I know that we had a guest on and we discussed this, and sometimes when people feel that they've seen hell through their NDE, it comes out of fear in what you're manifesting at that moment. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because that I would be lying, because the work we do just proves that it does. I'm just saying sometimes when it's someone who is good, maybe they didn't believe themselves that they were worthy, and this is why it happens. And this is how we have spirits that are grounded and stuck.
Fear.
Yeah, it's fear of being not worthy, or whatever their religious upbringing is.
Well, it's your religion that conditions you to think that there's a price to pay if you step out of bounds, right?
Yes.
And some people think, I'll take my chances and stay here. It's not worth it.
I don't believe the 10 Commandments exist. I'm just saying, because I've broken a few of them. But anyways.
Well, there's 17. If you break apart the 10 and you look, there's more like 17. So
do any of them cancel the other ones out?
No,
they're just trying to do like a double question in one line. Is that what it is? Like a double statement? Is that what it is?
I don't know. But yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe in them. I'm obviously joking around. Okay, Chris Bob says, do you feel that light workers who have accepted the divine are given the blessing and guidance to help others?
I think that there is that is true. I think the more that they get out of the way of themselves, the more selfless they become, the more likely that is. If they cling to their own ego, and then the light gets filtered through themselves. I mean, it gets filtered through us anyway, but because we can't help, because we're human. But if they're willing to step aside, then yes, absolutely. If they're not willing to step aside, well, the light still comes through them, but it's manipulated by their own desires and their own selfishness.
You have to basically be a service to others.
Yeah.
Not service to self. And then I think that makes all the difference. It's servitude in the end, but to others, right?
Right, exactly.
I also believe that if you're really interested, just to rewind just a little bit on past lives, if you dig deep enough in a meditative state, and sometimes we don't pay attention to little key things that are happening either in our day-to-day lives. We're often given signs as to why we're here, or why we're living a certain path and how we got here. And you just have to trust yourself, I believe, anyways, because most of my past lives have come on their own. I've never been regressed. Yeah, I've never been regressed. And I believe that. I believe there's familiarity, and we tend to dismiss it rather than really take a look. Thank you, Cece.
Takes about.
Yes, I totally agree with your statement, Michelle DeRoche. Serve and help others. And can I just give her a quick plug?
Go ahead.
Corinne is the author of That Moment, short stories, all inspirational and true short stories of people all over the world. So go check her out. Her book's really, really good. I've often given it as a gift to people who are going through really tough times.
There we go. So next, where do you want to go from here? Take the reins.
Well, I can go back and pick us up where we left off, which was looking at all these human beings on Earth with a little golden sparkle inside their hearts, and I could see my parents' faces in particular. And I since the last time we talked, I think, when did we talk last?
December.
December. My dad had just died, and I don't know if I probably told you that, but maybe I did. So. When this experience happened, and he was in his 90s, They were, I guess, in their 50s, maybe even 40s. I'd have to look that up. But I could see their individuals' faces and the suffering that they had in the live time of looking at Earth. But I could also see the accumulation of their suffering for the loss of my sister. And I could see these two parallel lives for both of them. I could see their lives without me, and I could see their lives with me alive. Without me dead, with me alive, and I could see the amount of suffering that they were going to have in both of these scenarios, choices put in front of me. But I also could see at the end of their lives, at both of these tracks, with and without me, I could see that they were going to be in the wellness of being. I was overwashed as I watched this with universe upon universe upon universe of timeless love that was poured down into me and told to me that I was beloved. I'd always been beloved, and that this wellness of being was eternal, always was, always will be. I was always safe. I was always beloved, and that this was true of every human being, and that because this was true of all of us, that my parents would be in a state of well-being when they died. And so why don't you just stay here? Because they're going to be here in a wink of an eye, because now you know, Peter, that that life is a flash, and it's over. So if you just wait a moment, their lives will be over, and they'll be here, and they'll be in the wellness of being. But I could also see their suffering, and I thought to myself, well, if it's only a flash, if life is a flash, then why don't I just go back and ameliorate their suffering by not having them lose a child? And God said, okay, time to come home. But if you want to do that, I said, well, if I go back there, can I come back here? And the voice said, yeah, you can come back to this fullness of the wellness of love. And I said, well, that I choose my life. And you won't choose your life, it said to me. And you won't live your life. You won't live your life, it said to me, and sent me back. And as I went back, I took on more density, and I was presented with a million different possible openings into the same body, but a different life inside that body. And they were all sort of gradated. In the very center of it all was a beam of like white, super white laser light that came from the outside and entered into it. There's all of these openings, these like individual doorways, a million of them, and they sort of graduated out from the intense light, less light, less light, less light, less light, less light. And as I was flying toward this, being thrown out, the voice said to me, choose. But it also said to me, choose the light, but make your choice. And I was like, I didn't want to choose the intensity of the light because I didn't want to lose myself. So I chose some measure of my own self. I wanted some autonomy, and I wanted some light. And so I was kind of off to the side. And once I made that choice, I went through that doorway. And once I was inside that doorway, I saw all of these probabilities of my life, shown all these, a million probabilities on this one path, and how that this one path, if I continued to lean into the light in my lifetime, would lead me closer to the light from this path to the lower path to the closer path to the closer path. So it wasn't as if this path was permanent. It was the doorway I entered. And so as I flew down this tunnel of compression, I got smaller and smaller and smaller until I was outside my body, and it felt like the angel was like I had become an ice screw. And ice screws are hollow. They kind of look like Archimedes screw. You remember Archimedes screw from high school, right? And they're hollow. And so I felt like I was being screwed back into my heart very painfully.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And which is why I never talked about it, because it sounds crazy when you talk about it. So I kept it a secret for 20 years because it sounds nuts. And so
I think you just like jump right in there, and the divine being, I'm just going to gently put you back in there. No, you're going to feel this one.
You're going to feel this one. And the first thing I experienced was only suffering. So I'm in this body that's full of pain, like everything hurts. And now I'm put back in the side of this body. And so I awaken from no suffering, from a place where there is not even like oh, we don't have any suffering here, but that the word doesn't exist.
Right.
There's only wellness. There's no opposite of wellness. And so all of that had been forgotten by me. And now I'm inside of all of this suffering, and it's just this rack of pain. And my brain slowly comes back online. And as it comes back online, everything hurts more and more. And I begin to hear sound, and I hear this noise, and I open my eyes, and I see this thing, moving, and I hear this noise, and I kind of wake up, and this thing is pulling me up, and it's Tim, and he's kind of lifting me up, and he's screaming at me, "You were dead. You were dead. If you die, I was going to die." And he was crying, and he lost his, I died, and he lost his composure. And once I'm back, and he's like, and he's talking to me, and he's like, "You were dead," and I don't even have any idea who I am. I don't know his name. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this is. What am I inside of? Where am I? What happened to me? And he's talking to me, and eventually he gets me to pull the rope, and I pull the rope, and it comes free on the first pull, and we descend, and we get in the tent, and we self-treat for hypothermia, and then we get in the car, and we self-treat for hypothermia, and at some point after dawn, the warden shows up and asks if we were the boys on the mountain. We said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, I came to see, we had to get the helicopter to recover your bodies."
Well, I would have to agree with him. It definitely would look that way from his point of view. I mean, who survives that? It was
just crazy. And Tim, okay, so Tim was an atheist, and so on the drive up, we had an agreement. One of the subjects he would not talk about was religion or spirituality. So I decided, I'm sitting in the car, and he's driving the car. I'm like, what just happened to me? Who am I now? And everything to me looks like it's made out of cardboard. Everything looks two-dimensional, black and white. It's like an old Mickey Mouse cartoon with flicker in, it flickers in the light. Everything just looks totally fake to me. And I thought, I can't talk to this guy about this. I don't even know what happened to me.
Yeah. Wow.
And so then my life, I became an entirely different person.
I think you would have to. And if you didn't, it would be an injustice to your experience.
Probably, yes. I don't know a single NDEer who came back the same. If you died and left your body, you come back somehow different. Even if you popped out on the street corner, you get hit by a car, you pop out on the street corner, you're standing there outside your body watching the EMTs work on you. They give you the old paddles, you pop back in again. Forevermore, even if you never even went to the light, you now know you are not your body.
No, no, you don't. I know I had a few of them, so I'm well aware of that. You come back different. I came back stronger in my abilities, and I knew then and there that I had to use them for service. I wasn't to hide them or cover them up, and it didn't matter what anybody thought or said. I didn't care anymore. It was just about what I was here to do.
Well, in that way, we were a little different, Amelia. I hid for 20 years. I didn't actually stop them from coming out. I used them all the time. I was a different person. My eccentricities were apparent to everybody.
But it was a different time, Peter. When it happened to me, we're talking 2012 was the last few.
It was a different time.
It was a different time. I already had access to the internet and to information and to, learning and connecting. It was a whole different time. When I was younger, I dismissed it and just believed that, I just wasn't well and nothing I saw or felt was real.
Wow.
So I understand that. It's all about when it happened to you. I think if you had that, and I pray you never have that experience again, but I think if you had that experience in the last 10 years, it would have been different. You may have been talking about it, but I believe this is the way it's supposed to be. You were meant to endure and understand and ponder it for all of these years before sharing it with the world, and being positive and sure in yourself is what allows others to accept and honor your experience.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's exactly how it went. I spent 20, 30 years in self-integration and
Yeah.
research and practice and meditation.
Mhm.
And I did die again. I died in 2015
Yeah.
of a heart attack, and it was
Oh my
completely
God.
different in
Different.
my response. I was the next morning I'm in the ICU, and my family's there, and I'm like, "Hey, I died yesterday."
Yeah,
Yeah.
yay. Two for
I was,
two.
Hey, guess what?
I know. It's
I
like,
get points, freaking flyer.
for me, I found out that
Yeah.
there were 3 flat lines, and I'm like, that's because I kept trying to stay.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, you need to go back. I'm like, what? Then they pulled out the big guns and brought my mom in at the end. Like,
Yeah.
you need to go back. You have a kid.
You
You
listen to
know,
your mom.
I absolutely. But the first couple of times, my experiences were nothing like people talk about. I didn't see that whole tunnel of light and everything, but I did feel that whole feeling of love and everything. And I was happy.
Mhm.
I felt good. I didn't want to leave, so I get that. I'm just going to read off. Chris Bobs asks, do you feel certain people are purposely placed here by the divine to carry out the divine's plan?
Yes, I'm one of those people, but I don't think it's a plan. Like it's more like that. Maybe this isn't a good analogy, but you can make in war all plans go awry. So you make a plan, and then everything you can't follow the plan, but you had a plan, and you go ahead as if there's a plan, but there might not really be a plan anymore because everything changed. But I feel like I know the very. So what happened the next day? I'll tell you how I know this is that. On the drive back to Bozeman, we ended up driving on the wrong side of the road for a period of time, and I convinced Tim that we're on the wrong side of the road and we missed a head-on collision. And then I fall asleep, and then we speed through a town and we get arrested. We get put in jail, and we have to pay our way out of jail. Then we pay our way out of jail, and I fall asleep again, and Tim's still driving, and then I see a car. That we're on the wrong lane again, and I jerked Tim's wheel. Only we weren't in the wrong lane. We go off to the side of the road, and we come back. We miss the front end of a semi by 6 inches, and we slam into the rear wheels of the semi and total the car. And so the next morning, after you can read about what happened in the book, but the next morning, we took the money that we had left, and Tim took a bus with the skis back to Bozeman, and I hitchhiked. And as I'm standing out at dawn with my little sign that says Bozeman, I'm somewhere in Alberta. I have this interior experience of the divine, and it's constant, calling my name. Like I can always hear my soul name being spoken to me. And part of the spokenness to me is the giving of me a task. And my task is to be a messenger of the divine. But I am so frustrated. I'm so angry at this that I felt like I had agreed to come back, but I didn't know that it was going to be the way it is. I felt like I'd been tricked. I didn't read the fine print of the contract. That it was ugly here, and it was painful here, and I didn't think that I was going to have to experience that. And so I decided. And plus, all the words were taken from me. How do you talk about the thing that's ineffable? You can't. So I spent a lot of those 20 years trying to find language to think about what happened to me, to give it some sort of construct. But I've always known that I came back as a messenger of the light, always. And not my words, but the divine presence itself is really my task in life is to try to, which is what everybody's really is anyway, is to bring the divine presence here, not without filter. Just let heaven be here now and live inside of this thing. And that's my purpose. So yes, I think that there are people who come back with purpose. I don't know if I'm fulfilling my purpose in the exact way that the divine plan was, because I have choice. I make decisions, but I also know that all of the probabilities that I saw in my life remain as probabilities until I make a decision on them, and the world around me, the people around me impact my decision, and then they become actualities. So I could have been, so yesterday I could have turned left or I could have turned right. But as I was turning, I wanted to go left on my bike, but as I was going to go left, a car came, and I decided I better just go right. And so I went right instead. It's a minor decision that I made, but it changed the direction of my ride.
The ripple effect. People
Right.
don't realize the ripple effect is so minute. Wayne Mallows is a friend. Aha, yes, that dastardly fine print. I too was bamboozled.
Yes, I'm glad to.
He had
Wayne,
a
thank
crazy
you.
experience. Oh my God, he had a crazy experience. Yeah.
I hope you've integrated, Wayne.
He'll tell you, he's like,
Well, if you ever want to talk about it, I had to integrate on my own over all these 20 years, and I went to graduate school and studied contemplation, mysticism, so that I could use other people's skills, so I could learn from other people, and maybe I could, at least talk to you about it. I don't know.
oh yeah, you'd love his
that would
story.
be good.
You would love his story.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
That would be
It's-
good for him.
Oh yeah, there you go. We'll connect you guys up. I'll get you each other's emails, and it's quite a story. It really is. I've never heard of an NDE like it
No,
personally.
and he's also an author.
Also an
Nice.
author. Yeah.
The more of us that write, the more people that know about it, the more people that know about it, the more people talk about it, the more it become normalized in society, the more we
Yes.
can talk about all these other mystical experiences that we have.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, you had to educate yourself on how to integrate and get back into the game of life, I guess is the only way to put it, because my gosh, there's a lot of twists and turns in your journey, man.
Well, I totally gave up my future. I not only became a different person, I went back to Boston again, and all my life I've been working I was an English major, but I was also an artist, and I was moving toward architecture, the family business. Dad was the president of the Architecture Association in Massachusetts.
Wow.
Wow.
My
And-
favorite state on the planet, just saying.
Yeah.
Love Boston.
That's
I miss it
wow.
so much because of the pandemic. I was going every year. I love it.
I'll come back. Come to
I
Maine.
will. I will. Absolutely.
North Boston.
Yes.
So I became such a different person that I picked up a pencil when I was a kid. I drafted in my father's office. I sat at his desk. I was working in construction for years, so as a college student, so that I could know how to put buildings together and work with the guys and the plumbers and electricians and the contractors. And then I was off to graduate school to join the family firm, and I completely trashed it. My whole lifetime of preparation gone. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And my dad's like, what?
Huh?
What happened to you exactly on that mountain?
What are you talking about?
What did you just say to me?
Right.
Yeah.
And and you're gonna
Oh,
go
boy.
do what? You're gonna get what kind of degree? What are you gonna do with that thing? English
Yes,
degree was
true.
bad enough. What are
They
you gonna
don't
do with that?
understand. Yeah, it's
Especially
old
because
school,
he
right?
had set you right up, right? Like he
It
had
was a
the business,
total-
and Boston and Massachusetts have such amazing architecture. They really stand behind, the old and the antique. They preserve everything. They stand behind that history. But you were chosen for something else.
And so I when I was applying for grad schools, I went and I interviewed at the schools he asked me to anyway, and I got into them, but I was like, Dad, I just can't do this. I'm doing this other thing, and so I became a very different person than I would have been, and I've lived a very different life, and part of coming around to hiding, living under a basket, and to use the biblical language,
Right.
I went into Christianity as a language structure because it was the dominant culture of Boston. Heck, it's Irish Catholic,
That's right. Yeah.
So, and
Yeah.
I knew enough. I learned enough about religion, that mysticism exists in all religions, and that it was going to be easier for me culturally and also scholastically if I focus in the context of the religious mystical tradition in which I was raised, as opposed to trying to become a Sikh or becoming a Hindu, a Sanskrit, and new mythologies, when really all mythologies whether they're in the Vedas or the Upanishads or in the Bible, are all metaphors and symbols and myths that explain the unexplainable. They're all multiple layer things, and every mystic uses the same tools: simile, metaphor, myth, and symbol. So I went into Christianity and pursued that career. Meanwhile, so I did 20 years in the pulpit all around New England, at least northern New England and Connecticut. And but meanwhile, I figured that no one would suspect me. I felt like I was a secret agent in plain sight. So I was living a mystic's life, although I never told anybody about my near-death experience or my other mystical experiences. I continued to do my scholastic research, reading all the Nag Hammadi texts and the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Upanishads and the Vedas. I read all these other materials, and I practiced my centering prayer, meditation, and my Kriya Hatha yoga. And it was part of my job.
Right.
It's like
mystic. Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously it's something that's been very rewarding for you because it keeps you on your journey. We'll get another comment up there.
Yes, and then we'll have to take a station ID. Chris says, I have been told to take a different route home. If I wouldn't have listened, I would have been involved in an accident that happened where I would have been. See, that moment. Just saying, that moment. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Amelia, go.
Yes, you're listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and myself, Amelia Pisano. Tonight, our returning guest, and we hope continues to return, Peter Panagor. I'm not going to do the Italian pronunciation.
Yeah, she was practicing it on me.
NDE experience. Yes, I want to make everything Italian. I can't help it. We are streaming right now live on YouTube, UFO Paranormal, International Public Radio, UFO Gods, and ET Radio, as well as all of our Facebook group pages, Canada's Most Haunted, home of Michelle DeRoche, and of course, us, The Outer Realm on Facebook. A huge thanks to award-winning composer, Dr. Snick the Sonic Surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, for our fabulous intro and outro. You can purchase his music on Amazon and Bandcamp. Find Justin on social media at Facebook and Instagram. And a massive thank you from day one to today, and we think forevermore. We hope and pray. Thank you, Folgers, for sponsoring our show. Without you, we could not do what we are doing. Thank you, Folgers.
They love us as much as we love them.
Yes, we love them. No one loves you more. Just saying. Right. It's in this glass.
And they come from your neck of the woods, Peter. Massachusetts. That's the Folgers family.
That's right.
To the Massachusetts.
See, all good things come out of Mass. All the good things come out of Mass.
I'll send you all fun facts. They actually got a mention in Moby Dick. They were whalers.
Yeah, we were schooled. We were schooled. Just saying.
We actually lost the quiz.
We were schooled. We were schooled by one of our guests. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh my God. Can I Google that? Can I Google that? Everything he said, did you know? And I'm like, can I Google that?
The next time you come on, I will see if I can find the information. It talks about them quite a bit. And they were big whaling, harpooning family in Massachusetts.
Yep.
I didn't have any idea.
And Michelle, you gave up that little tidbit, a big, huge tidbit about
Abigail Folgers, victim of Charles Manson. Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
yeah, she was with Sharon Tate, best friends with Sharon Tate. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
we had no idea.
A whole lot of it. I know. We like I said, we were quizzed by a guest on our show, failed miserably. Came stronger than ever on the next show.
So much that she researched between episodes to get back.
I'm like,
and
what
she's
do you
like,
think?
oh yeah,
lose this our sponsor? What the hell? So you see, we're fun. We let our own guests interview us. So
we did. That was the first mistake, but yes, we let them interview us. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we'll continue on. So you're on this pretty much metaphysical journey. You are an enlightened soul. You are evolving. You are different density. You are really like climbing this whole ladder that definitely was not in your. Well, I like to think that we're told the theory that we plan out our lives before we come here. So maybe this was destined for you.
Well, I think
Oh.
maybe because the year before I died, in the same spring break, I went backpacking in Massachusetts
There you go.
on the Appalachian Trail in March. So
Wow.
I went out for an 8-day hike.
That's
Wow.
bitter cold.
Well, it was pretty cold. Like I said,
Yeah.
I was an outdoor guy, and
Right.
so I went backpacking on the AT in the Berkshires for a week, and in the middle of this, in a half cabin, which is like a 3/4 cabin. They call it a half cabin. It's a 3/4 cabin.
Yeah.
And as I fall asleep, I fall asleep, and I had kind of a tough day. So often mystical experiences in my life come after kind of a tough day. And so I had fallen in a stream. I'd gotten very wet. I gotten very cold. We started a fire. I dried my clothes. My hiking partner was already asleep, and I got into my bag exhausted. And as I fell asleep, immediately upon falling asleep, I got pulled out of my body. I got pulled out of my body by this same angelic being who, along the silver cord, pulled up out of myself. I got to watch the half cabin recede beneath me and the trees beneath me, and I got pulled up to sort of the edge of the atmosphere, at which point I left the atmosphere and I entered into the dark void. And so I'm inside of this eternal dark void, and I'm inside the angelic form, this angelic being. It's sort of like a room. It's like I've got a space, a bubble, and I'm inside of this bubble. And as I'm inside this bubble, I see these two hands in this darkness. The darkness becomes two hands, and it pokes inside of the bubble, and they're human hands. And in them, one of them has this vial about this big, glass vial with a cap on it, and it's filled with gold dust. And the other hand takes the cap off, and then this hand disappears. And my hands, my astral hands, they get pushed up into a cup, and I'm not doing this. They're made to go up again. And then the hand pours the gold dust into a stack, and it just keeps pouring and pouring and pouring, like more inside the vial than could actually fit inside the vial. And I've got this huge pile of gold dust in my hands, and the voice, which has no sound, says to me with no words, "This is my gift to you. Now give it away." And it blows a breath, and all of it goes away. And I get pulled back down into my body again. I wake up like, what was that? I fall back asleep again. Same thing happens again, only this time I'm inside of the same sort of bubble, but I'm a column of fire erupts from below me and fills me. It burns inside of me, and it surrounds me, and it shoots out above me. And it's immediately, I'm a little frightened by this fire coming, but the voice says to me, "You will not be consumed." And I am not consumed, and I become a column of fire, and then I'm back in my body again. Previous to that, when I was in high school, I took a triple hit of purple microdot, San Pedro cactus, mescaline.
Why?
Why? Well, because I was stupid. Okay, I had the suicidal ideation, which because my sister had vanished. Right. My family was broken, and I crazily thought I'll take a lot of mescaline, which is not like, I don't know why, but so
take one for the team, Peter. Just do it.
So
right?
I took a triple hit, and then I went on this. So I'm on the ski patrol, so I got to work that afternoon. So I'm tripping my brains out, and I'm on the mountain. It's not a mountain; it's a hill. I'm on the hill, and I got my skis on, and I'm on the back country. I'm like, okay, I got to calm down. It's hours later. I got to calm down, and so as I'm standing there, I have an end of duality experience where the divine erupts inside of every molecule of all the world, the whole, all the snow, all the earth, all the trees, all the rocks, the sky, the sun, the wind. All of it is in motion, and my own body is all speaking. I am. I exist. I am the all that is all there is, and it just speaks to me. So I have this revelatory experience, which coincidentally preceded. It was like my end of my senior year, and then my religion teacher, because I went to a Catholic high school, St. John's in Worcester, or Shrewsbury actually, but close to Worcester. taught centering prayer practice meditation, which I immediately took to. So I'm kind of going back in chronology here. So I began my meditation practice when I was 5 and 6 years old. I had 2 other mystical experiences. The first one was,
that's young.
I know, and
do you ever think like you're just full of these mystical experiences?
I more and more after my NDE, not just before, like more.
Yeah.
So when I was this little boy at 5, we moved in this day where we had moved into this new house, and I was up in this little maple tree, and the leaves were flickering because it was springtime. I was 5 years old. I was on the first branch. It was my first time being allowed to climb on my own up to the first or second branch. And I had this experience where I got mesmerized by the flickering of the spring leaves. And this angel being came down behind me and was as loud as a waterfall. And it pulled me out of myself and brought me into the divine presence, up in this void inside of this bubble. And the darkness came into the bubble in a fluid form of constant change, and it spoke to me directly and told me that I had a deal, that I belonged, that I worked for it, the divine, that I had already made this decision, and that my life was to be as a servant for the divine. And I remember looking down at the little boy in the tree like, oh yeah, he has no idea about this deal that I made.
Poor little dude.
Right. And, but I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly true.
Oh.
I made this deal, and this is who I am, and this is what I'm going to do. Right. And back into the body I go. A year later.
Do you remember that experience, like before your NDE? Like,
all of it.
Wow,
oh yeah,
okay.
all of it.
Wow.
I didn't understand it until I looked backward.
Right.
You know, after all these events, especially after the NDE, like,
yeah.
Oh, that's what that was all about.
Right.
So when I was 6, Ganesh came to visit me.
Wow.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. Like
so, that was on key.
So I'm in my bed. So this is a terrible day in my life. My brother had been born. He's 5 years younger than me. He was the surprise. He's a wonderful man. Right. I talked to him tonight, but he was a surprise, and I didn't like him when he was born because I was the baby.
It was a mistake when he was that
right. And he had to be moved into my room. And so to make up for it, my grandparents bought me a puppy dog on my 6th birthday. And on the day that the week that my brother had moved into my room, my dad accidentally ran over my puppy and killed him. And I was in the room when this happened, and I watched it from above.
And
that would kill me.
So it was this brutal day, and so I get put to bed, and my brother's in the room, and I'm all upset, and my whole world is shattered. So and as I'm in my bed asleep on this night, I hear my name being called, and I awaken, and it's like, Peter, come to me, Peter. And I wake up and I hear this sweet, sweet voice, but it's not any of my family, but I know this voice. Mm-hmm. It's the voice of my beloved. But I'm 6 years old. What do I know? I don't know who this is, but I know this voice. And so I sit up in bed, and as I sit up in bed, I look back, and I'm still in bed. My legs are dangling over the side of the bed, but the little boy is still asleep in bed, and the voice is still calling to me, yes, get up and come to me. And I look around the room, and the room, which had been previously dark, is now sepia tone. I can see everything in the room. Everything is emitting its own light. And I look down at my feet as I stand up. My feet aren't on the floor. I'm floating above the floor, and it's still calling to me. And I go to the door, and I try to open the knob, but my hand passes through the knob. And the voice says, oh, you can't, you don't have to grab the knob, just pass through the door. So I pass through the door, and I go to the top of the stairs, and I look down to the landing on the stairs, and this little tiny elephant. There's a baby elephant, and it's all dressed in Indian clothes with little tiny mirrors all over it. And it's got black eyes, and it's emoting compassion. The whole thing is just love coming off of it, and it speaks to me telepathically, never moves its lips, but it motions me down with its trunk, and I float down the stairs to it, and I'm eye to eye with this little tiny elephant, and as I look into one of the dark eyes, it's like blackness. I shrink down and I fly inside the eye. I fly into the eye. Now I'm inside of eternity, and in this eternity, there is only wisdom and compassion. It's just this fullness of bliss, wisdom, and compassion. And then I'm pulled back out again, and I'm back standing, and the elephant says to me, now go down the stairs and outside and look up at the sky. And so I go down the stairs, I float down the stairs, it motions with its trunk, go down the stairs, I go float down the stairs, I pass through the doors, I go out on the porch, I go down the walkway out into the middle of the road, and it says to me, and it's still with me, although it's on the stairs, it's also with me. Look up at the sky. I look up at the sky. I look up at the stars. There are 10 million stars up there. And then suddenly I am transported into infinity. I see the expanse of infinity inside underneath the universe, and it scares me. I am terrified by this immensity of it. And immediately I'm back in bed again. And now I'm in I wake up, I'm in my dark room, my heart's pounding because I had been afraid, but I still can hear the elephant sweetness in sort of my memory. And so I search the house for this little tiny elephant. I go down in the scary basement and in the cellar. So my whole life.
He presented itself to you as an elephant because you would receive it a little better, maybe because you were so little?
Maybe. I don't. What did I know from Hinduism?
Animal.
Nothing.
Yeah, or maybe it's a spirit animal for you at the time.
It could be. I don't know. I still don't know why it came like that. But my whole life has been on this trajectory. You asked me originally, and so I didn't realize until I died the first time. Looking back over my shoulder, I began to understand the gold dust. That's selflessness. You get this wealth to give away. It's not yours. You don't get to keep this. If you keep it, you lose it.
Right.
And this being consumed, not being consumed, was the struggle of my life. Not choosing to go into the white light when I died became this. The thing I didn't want to have happen was to be consumed. I wanted me. I wanted myself. And so after I died, I had this conflict of my only desire was for the oneness of being. My big regret was coming back to life. All I wanted to do was dig my way back to heaven through my practices, and I'm praying for my death every day, and trying to resist the compulsion to speak about this thing that had no words and didn't want the job. I didn't want the job at all. And I found that over my lifetime, through my continued interior practices, that I created a larger and larger space for the divine to live inside me. And eventually, as a result, through other mystical experiences and my second death as well, I became much more integrated in the world, and I finally allowed myself to be consumed. And I found that in being consumed, I was not consumed. It was just the opposite. Instead of I spent all the meditation practices are the practices of if you die before you die, then when you die, you will not die. So if you die the little death on a regular basis, if you die to your egoic self on a breath by breath meditative basis, when you die, you're already there. And so the result of all of that was sort of a thinning of the veil around me, more mystical experiences, and finally allowing myself to be consumed. And now I'm doing the work that I'm doing is with imperfections and flaws and all the rest of it. But so is everybody like that? I don't know. I know I am, and I kept it a secret because, well, for a bunch of reasons. I didn't want people to think I was a kook.
Right.
But even though I kept my mouth shut, it poured out. I made eccentric decisions on a regular basis. Yes. Everybody what's up with Peter?
Somebody dropped Peter on his head.
Who did he see on that mountain?
Right.
What actually happened?
It's almost like there's a knack, leaving your body, or you're just traveling dimensionally, perhaps, or interdimensionally. You're just going out there, and you're just communicating with all these beings. Maybe it's not necessarily all in this time or space. Like you're just.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think you're gone.
I'm just passing through here.
Yeah.
This is my I came back very clearly understanding that none of my previous lives or this life is me.
Right.
I am inhabiting this body, and I'm a passerby, and I've seen myself in other mystical experiences. I've seen the size of myself as the immaterial nature of how little that I matter. I matter in terms of the universe. I don't matter at all.
You're just a little grain of sand on a
Nothing.
very big beach, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm very comfortable with that because of the love.
Right. Yeah, it's just unconditional. And it just envelops you. I think this is maybe what people need to have an understanding, because life is about vibrations and frequencies, and you need to elevate yourself to that point. And maybe, you were shown that from early on, but you rebelled and you do all these naughty things.
Oh, I'm like a.
And they're like, what are you doing? Is that what we taught you? That's not part of the deal. So you're just like that toddler that they have to keep reeling in. So
I was the kid. Oh, don't go up to the edge of the cliff. Oh. You mean like this?
Yeah. How far do they go?
Oh,
Right.
What cliff? How did I not know about this cliff? It's like, no, for sure. But I mean, I think that's part of life. It is experiencing. It's making mistakes and seeing what you can take out of it. But you just seem to have an unusual amount of experiences. I mean, the NDEs. A lot of people have NDEs, but you seem to remember them in great detail. To me, beyond just the motion of what happened, but really the feelings, the envelopment, everything, all the details.
Well, I spent for one thing, they're as vivid to me today as the day that they happened.
Right.
For another thing, I keep remembering more about it. I also know that I only brought back a small percentage of it, so there's much more that could be revealed to me if I dive into it. But also,
do you want to dive into it?
I am obsessed.
Say, okay, good. That's not just me being that person.
No, I'm completely obsessed with it because it's who I am and my home is. It's like not being able to remember your name. What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? Where am I from? Where am I from?
Quit scrubbing my memory.
Right, exactly.
Dang aliens.
And diving into it was the only stability that was the other thing too, is I dove into it so hard because as Amelia was saying, when this happened to me, there was no internet. I had no idea what happened to me. All I knew is that when I was meditating, because I'd been meditating at this point for 5 years or 4 years or something like that, that inside of the meditation, I found stability. I found quiet. I found myself. And so that became my inward journey became the dominant factor in my life.
Right.
And the result of that, of the inward journey being the dominant factor, is, well, in combination to this living as a non-attached person. I don't live detached. I don't have personality disorder detachment. I live non-attached because I know all of it's fake. It's real as far as it goes,
right.
but
but you don't attach to things or people. It's just a passing moment.
It's all passing, and which gives me makes me a lot more fun, I think. I think I'm a fun guy as a result.
Absolutely. Yes. But we just keep bringing him back.
Right. But I also think that it gives me it's given me courage. I'm not afraid of dying, and I've been part of my career. So being a town minister sounds like this, sort of milquetoast job. That is not the way it went for me.
No, it's not.
There's been I've been involved in an extraordinary amount of violence. And not just violence against me, but violence against people that I've worked with, in desperate, dangerous situations, and worked with the police, worked with domestic violence, sat on the domestic violence homicide review panel, was involved
in
with
tough position.
Decapitations and murders and arsons and all sorts of crazy stuff, but all because I know where I'm from, and you can't kill me. You can kill my body, but you can't kill me.
Now that's gotta hurt the heart when you see situations like this and you've evolved to the point that you have. I mean, I'm nowhere near like that, but my God, when I see pain somewhere, especially with animals or trees or the environment or people, obviously, it hurts my heart to the fiber.
Yep.
That's got to be much more intense for someone in your situation.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. But I know that I remember the day that I decided to finally tell my dad. There was this piece of property in our city that my dad was looking at. It was a large piece of property that he was looking at. Someone was buying the property, and they were looking at my dad to build like a mall, right? And so my dad sent me out to survey this, not to like measure it, but to look over the land and find out get an idea what's on the land. And it was 50 acres. And I'm walking through this land, there's birds. This is a year after I died. There's birds and butterflies and grasshoppers and and it's like everything is idyllic. And I thought, I cannot kill this. I can't participate. I can't do this. It hurts me and I went back and I said, Dad, I have to tell you, I am not going to be an architect. I cannot do this. I can't cause this kind of pain. And he's like, pain? What are you talking about?
It's a bad piece of land, Dad. Don't do it.
Right.
That's what I would have said. Don't do it.
No,
there's bodies under there.
There's a mall there right now. Right now, there's a mall there.
Wait, it's not in Peabody, is it?
No, it's not in Peabody.
I went to that mall, and it was weird.
It could be in Peabody.
I loved it, but I got to tell you, the energy around there's a little strange.
So I hear you about the suffering. I do.
Did he look at you like, what's wrong with you? What happened to you?
Well, they did. But here's the thing, years and years and years go by, decades actually, and maybe about 5 years ago, they lived on Cape Cod. So I go down to the Cape and I'm visiting my parents, and I say to them, so after I came out to them, so I come out with this book. I tell my wife on the day after we got married. I know in the book it says the night before, but I should have checked with her. It's like I didn't. She might not have gone through with the wedding, is what I think that if I had told her. And gulp, swallow, and but when I finally told my parents, they didn't believe me. Nobody believed me. My family didn't believe me. Nobody believed me. They're like,
that had to have been pretty heart-wrenching.
Oh, well, it was terrible. And so a long time goes by. I finally published this book. It finally gets in print, and nobody's ever read it in my family, which is fine. I don't. But they finally came to understand that maybe I was telling them the truth. And so finally years go by, and I say to my dad and mom, so remember that summer that I came back from Montana and I had a stutter too, because the car wreck gave me a stutter. So I come home and I'm stuttering, and you remember that summer? And my mom would say, yeah, I remember that summer. You built a garden for us and we didn't even ask you. And I said, so what was there something different about me? And they said, well, we talked about it. Your mother and I talked about it, and we realized that you were, not that you weren't when you were a boy, you were a very compassionate boy, unusually so. But when you came back from Montana, you were just even more than we expected. We were just kind of shocked at your behavior and the way how kind you suddenly were.
Right.
And so even though I tried to hide it, I couldn't. And then, am I talking too much?
No, go ahead.
Oh my God, no.
Okay, so
we're coming towards the end of the show, so
we are
it all out there.
So when the book comes out, the book came out. This is 2015. The first speaking engagement I had on this national tour I ended up was in the church that I was an associate minister outside New Haven. I got recruited into this to be this associate minister, but this excellent guy named Todd King, who is still a dear friend of mine, who's the senior minister. He was wonderful for me. But I go back to this church. to speak on a Saturday night and talk on a Sunday morning. And on Saturday night, the place is packed. It's balconies. There's 200, 300 people there, because I was the young boy done well, and the youth group members who had been a member of my youth group when I was a kid, now they're all lawyers and doctors, wow. and there's like 8 of them show up, and we have a talk afterwards. I haven't seen these guys since then, and one of them says to me, Peter, we knew you weren't telling us something the whole time you were there. Your behavior was so different. You were barefoot in the church. You were working in the homeless shelter. You were diffusing violent situations with peaceful action, and all these things that we knew that there was something that you were hiding from us. We couldn't figure out what it was, but we knew that you were a different kind of person. And so what I mean to say by that is that no matter how much I tried to hide it and never spoke about it, it came out in every single aspect of my life, and it still comes out in all my aspects of my life. Right. It's today out on my bike, the same kind of deal with this friend of mine. He's like, "Oh, Peter, you're such a nut."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, Fred.
Same guy.
Right.
Yeah.
We all know that. We already know that, right?
Right.
I love you anyway, brother, kind of thing.
It's like,
yep.
Yeah. But that's okay. That's okay.
Oh, it is. I live with it now. I've accepted it. The work I'm doing now is a result of dying again and these other mystical experiences that helped me integrate. I didn't integrate on my own. It wasn't just my meditation. It was the divine grace of transport that healed me, that made me able to be more open and function in the world with more authenticity and truth. Not trying to pretend, masking myself anymore.
No, it's good being real. That's just the best way to be. So as we near the top of the hour, tell everybody how to find you. Promote.
I'm at peterpanagore.love. That's where you can find all of my links. Instagram. I have a YouTube channel on Sunday mornings called Not Church. It is mystical.
I love it.
mystical theology, no doctrine, no dogma, no Bravo Sierra, because they won't let me swear on YouTube. No. And it is this week. This week we're going to be looking at the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene.
Oh, really?
Like that.
What time?
That's at 10 a.m. Eastern live. And so here's very quickly. For the entire time I was a minister, I never taught a Bible study, which is like part of the job, like in the job description. Right. I never, ever taught one because I was afraid I was going to start talking, because Jesus sounds like a near-death experiencer to me. He is not the guy that they tell you he is. He's a totally different dude.
Right.
But I'm at peterpanagore.love, and I help near-death experiencers, mystics, and spiritual experiencers reintegrate or integrate with their experience or experiences. I help people unpack what happened to them so that they can gain a better, clearer understanding. I do a lot of counseling. Right. That's also at peterpanagore.love. You can book me just to have a conversation as well.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, people.
Oh, yeah. International Audible best-selling book. And has been picked up.
Bring that into the camera, Peter?
Sure,
I will.
Sure.
I'll bring both of these in. This
Thank
is
you.
the Audible International bestseller, and it's been optioned for a film. I've been working on it for 2 years. I've got 3.5 chapters left. With these people, I can't believe I'm working with them. One of them is a near-death experiencer.
Nice.
And they are well-known producers in Hollywood. And this one is a devotional book. I had a TV show for 15 years. And here in Maine and New Hampshire, and it's 2 minutes for God, named because I had 2 minutes in the morning every day on 2 NBC stations to tell an inspirational story of hope.
I love that.
And it's not like any other devotional you've ever read. It's through the lens of near-death experience. All of them at Amazon, all over the world.
That's fantastic.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for coming on. I mean, I think I'm just going to fast forward in time a little bit here as to your next date with us, the next date with us chicks, I think is, where am I? Why have I lost everything? Oh, September 29.
Looking forward to it.
Thank
Yay.
you. So
Right
we
before spooky
obviously,
month.
Yeah. So
What did you say, Amelia?
Right before spooky month.
Oh,
I know.
spooky month. Oh,
We're just
so
having a nice
Halloween's my
lightning.
favorite holiday.
You fit in
Sure.
with Michelle. Mine's
Yeah.
Christmas. I can't lie. I do.
No, I'm
Halloween comes in a close
Halloween.
second, but mine's Christmas. I love giving. So Christmas gives me the opportunity to give without being looked at as a weirdo.
I do the same thing, but at Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah, you're funny. I get a Starbucks gift card. Happy Halloween. I'm
I
like,
know. That's right. That's how it goes. Right? Gift
she
of
does.
giving.
She's so
That's
nice.
right.
She does.
But thank you so much for joining us again. It really was
Yeah, thank you.
enlightening, to say the least. Here we go. There we go.
So when I'm layering my lasagna, I'm going to have
What a
to tune
wonderful
in
show.
on
There we
Sunday.
There we go.
Lasagna.
Yes, it's
Uh-oh.
Easter Sunday, so
There we
yeah.
go. Lasagna Sunday.
It is.
No turkey or ham here. Sorry, Italian. It's lasagna.
Uh-oh.
Hey, lamb. In my world, it's lamb.
Yes. My mom never liked it, so we never saw it on the table. Thank God, because they're just furry, little fuzzy little creatures. I can't.
Well, it was a
But-
Greek thing.
Yes. It's an Italian thing as well at Easter. Just we never did. But yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on, Amelia and
Oh,
Michelle.
pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Very, very much.
Can't wait.
Pleasure.
I can't wait. Thank you for sharing everything, like your entire being with us and exposing yourself like that with us and our audience. We adore you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both. And
Thank
I
you.
want to say peace to Wayne because he said hi, thank you to me. So hey, Wayne.
He did.
Yes.
Everybody's saying thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, Wayne's kind of like another host tonight. Good night, everybody. See you all tomorrow.
He's our third host.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Okay, Wayne.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Have a good night. Have a great weekend.
Good night.
Bye now. Well, guys, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment, as always. I mean, I have to say, as always, this one is just phenomenal. We always have such an amazing time when he joins us. So big thank you to him. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee. Always. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker. We do a small announcement here, actually. A new venture for Amelia, for myself, for the network. I'm sure some of you guys have been seeing some stuff on Facebook about Team Templar North America, because we know that's like near and dear to somebody's heart. We'll leave that right there. And
No,
yeah.
wait. I'm good.
I know, right?
It's
What?
Backwards.
What?
It's like an
Yeah.
iPhone. It's backwards. That's right.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So of course, this is going to be this is something we've agreed to do. I personally have agreed to do media marketing because I just what I do, and Amelia is going to be doing.
Social media.
That's right. And
Yeah.
grow that page and
Yeah.
bring it all out to you guys. This is where the connection is going to be, the real connection between the Knights Templar coming from Europe into North America. And it's not what you think. It's probably better. So watch history unfold. Please go. Wait, what? Tell us.
Be
You already know.
Be witness to it live. Yes.
Yes,
and in the
you
moment.
can see us start to post some things. The Outer Realm. I mean, everybody involved here has been on this show. Of course, Amelia and I. We've got Wayne Murphy, who you guys have seen on the show from Team Templar North America. Of course, we all know Sean Williamson. He's been on several times. Hamilton White. Woo, come on. We all know
Mr.
and love him.
Burger
Right?
and Chips himself.
Exactly.
No Oak Island references. No.
None.
But thanks for that.
and of course, the network itself is going to be the official network that will be spearheading, just promoting this organization. It's impressive because we've been made privy to some of the studies that have been done that has not been seen anywhere else. It's not recycled information. It's not stuff you've seen on other shows. It's not stuff that you have seen anywhere. And it is pretty mind-blowing, to say the least. So all I'm going to say is put your seatbelts on, enjoy the ride, follow along. You like an adventure, guys? We like adventures. So we're all going on an adventure together, I think. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. So with that being said, of course, we'll get back to tomorrow night. Preston Dennett, our dear friend Preston Dennett. And I have to put this up because symmetry.
Yes,
this is I'm really crooked now. Symmetry. There we go. I feel like a certain game show, huh? Products. So this is going to be an amazing show. Preston is awesome. He's almost just like one of the family by this point. But it is going to be a great experience. This is, based on someone else that we've had, Dolly Saffron, who's been on the show. This is her story. When she told her story on the show, she was basically breaking it to the world, first time ever. Now the book is done, and now the rest of the world will be able to catch up. And it is one heck of an amazing story. So just heads up on that. In the meantime, I think you guys all best behave yourselves until tomorrow, if you all think you can. And we look forward to seeing you all in chat tomorrow, because it's going to be a heck of a lot of good fun as always. So we'll see you all then. And thank you so much for tuning in. Good night.
You have been listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live every Wednesday and Thursday evening, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 to 10 p.m. Central, on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Welcome to the 38th anniversary of the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers and Illustrators of the Future. And for our thousands of internet viewers worldwide, we have gathered this evening at the Taglin Complex in Hollywood, California.
The men of reason nurtured light to save a battered earth. The men of anger scrambled high to kill all things of worth. The men of anger raged and fought, and out of anger died. That spot of light upon yon cliff has often guttered low, but men of reason try again. 1,000 eons so. The men of reason nurtured life to save a battered earth, to save a battered earth. The men of reason try again, 1,000 eons so, 1,000 eons so. The men of anger scrambled high to kill all things of worth. They scrambled high. The men of anger raged and fought, and out of anger, I said, out of anger, die. Come on. That spot of light upon yon cliff has often guttered low, has often guttered low, but men of reason try again, 1,000 eons so, 1,000 eons so. Yeah, yeah. Hey, men of reason, yeah, yeah. Want you to try, come and you can try, yeah, yeah. Men of reason, yeah. Try again.
Before there can be accomplishment, there must first be vision. The power to see things not merely as they are now, but as they might become. In daring to imagine, we see beyond the mundane to that which delights and inspires, engages and uplifts. With such dreams, we advance social, political, and philosophical thought and drive innovation in art, science, literature, and technology. A culture is only as great as its dreams, and its dreams are dreamed by artists. But mere dreams are not enough. To be useful, vision must be shared widely, so that all may contribute their talents to its realization, be they teachers or builders, organizers or fabricators. Not merely words, but images and models and music that speak to both the mind and the heart and uniquely reach each person. These are the true visionaries. These are the architects of the future. The artist injects the spirit of life into a culture, And through his creative endeavors, the writer works continually to give tomorrow a new form. L. Ron Hubbard understood the power of visionaries to build a tomorrow full of promise and hope, power and accomplishment. Starting early in his career as a renowned storyteller of popular fiction, he worked to not only inspire the next generation of storytellers, but to equip them with the tools of art and craft necessary to succeed. From its earliest beginnings, the inaugural Golden Pen Award provided the means to assist the next generation of creative voices to reach the greatest possible audience. Join us in celebrating both the giants of our past and present and the next generation of visionaries of tomorrow. L. Ron Hubbard presents the writers and illustrators of the future.
Please welcome our Mistress of Ceremonies, Executive Director of Author Services, representing the literary works of L. Ron Hubbard, Miss Gunhild Jacobs.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I know, it feels like we were just here, and we actually were. But after global setbacks, we are now back on schedule to present this year's winners, plus a few previous awardees. So with that, let me welcome all of you from all of us at Author Services and Galaxy Press to the 2022 celebration of science fiction writing and art. We have 30 winners with us tonight, 23 from volume 38 and 7 from volumes 36 and 37 who were not able to attend last year. In addition to the awards, we are honored to hear from retired 3-star Lieutenant General John F. Thompson of the United States Air Force as our keynote speaker. You will also see 2 video presentations. First, a plea to humanity in a stunning visual recital of the L. Ron Hubbard poem, Declaration of Peace. The second one is from the legendary artist and illustrators of the future, Judge Frank Frazetta. As for the backbone of the contest, the judges, I want to especially welcome all of you who have once again braved it out to Hollywood to celebrate present and past winners. This includes our new Writers of the Future coordinating judge, Jody Lynn Nye, and the new editor for the annual anthology, Dean Wesley Smith. Will all of our incredible judges who are here with us tonight please stand to be acknowledged? I have over the years welcomed many new wonderful judges from this stage. I have, thankfully, said goodbye to less. But this goodbye has got to be the toughest of all. Dave Wolverton, also known to many as David Farland, 1987 Writers of the Future Grand Prize winner of Volume 3, best-selling author, Writers of the Future judge, Writers of the Future contest coordinating judge, Writers of the Future anthology editor, mentor, teacher, friend.
Dave was like my twin brother in writing. We were new writers together. We published our first novels within a year of each other. Dave loved to learn and he loved to teach. He and I together taught workshops, and we even concocted the Superstars writing seminars so we could pass along a bunch of our professional information, along with our co-founders, Brandon Sanderson and Eric Flint, and my wife, Rebecca Mesta. He left